Right. So we decided that we would kind of enjoy doing tier lists, and we also enjoy movies. So realised that we've never actually combined the two in any form. So we thought it might be fun to review movies, and what better way than the old internet and make a tier list. And then we thought, well, what kind of unifying theme can we find? And we just happened to have watched Batman Returns and then Batman Forever, and then we're just like, well, shit, that's two. I think that's probably most Batman movies, I guess. Let's just do the rest. So what we've done is we can't. We're not insanely ambitious because, goddamn, there's a lot of Batman movies.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, probably. Maybe more so than for any other fictional character, perhaps. Like, maybe like rivaling someone like James Bond or something, but god, there's a lot of Batman movies. So we quickly realized we cannot do literally all of them, at least not yet. So we've narrowed it down. So the sample is, so we thought we can do every live action movie, because there's a finite number of those. We wanted to keep it on Batman, so we didn't want to. So no Justice League, no team-ups, no Batman v Superman, which probably should count, but I don't want to watch that movie again.
Yeah.
So that's our rules.
I think the big thing is just how many animated movies there are, and we've seen a number of them, and most of them are just not worth mentioning at all. So we did do. We picked all.
I wanted to,
notable, but then we also added at least one of these entirely because it was also notable, but also well,
for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we did all the live actions because that's easy, and then we're like, let's just pad this out a bit more. And we have a bit of a history with the animated movies, but we can't do literally all the animated movies because that would be insane. And there's a lot of like just stuff in there that's just blatantly made for kids,
Right.
and a lot of the more recent ones are just kind of dull. Definitely room for a season 2 if we're not utterly burnt out on Batman after doing this, but and I'll definitely call that the Dark Tier Returns or something.
I do want to at least point out, just for fun facts, that at one point we had a couple more things on here, a couple more animated ones that we included because we're just like, screw it, we'd want to watch them. One of them was Injustice, which
is not a Batman thing, but like we like fighting games, and we're like, let's just might as well watch that and put it on just for the sake of it. Batman's in it.
Yeah, it's relevant. About, like 10 minutes into the film, Green Arrow says, well, that just happened, and we just clocked the fuck out. Like, it wasn't the reason we quit watching it, but I think the rest of that scene is the reason. It was just like Harley Quinn not shutting up, and we're just like, no, this is just, no, fuck this.
No, we don't have to watch this.
So we shaved
we kind of broke the rules anyway, so I don't feel too bad about doing that. We're already bending the rules on that one.
Yeah.
And then the other one, Assault on Arkham, which I remember liking, but I felt after doing Injustice, like after we kicked off Injustice, we're kind of like, that's not really Batman. I mean, yeah, it's the Batman universe, but he's not the protagonist. That's kind of a weird one.
At that point, it was the one outlier on the list, so we just got rid of it. So I think what we got is a pretty good compilation of Batman movies, not including like Lego Batman because, you know, again, we're not doing the really kid stuff, you know?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
I've heard they're fine, it just, you know, that's not in our interest.
Yeah, I mean, there was a time when we even considered doing Pixar movies. It's like, that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, like, I'm not against that, but also, like, anyway. So we decided. So the order is. We can see it here on the tier list. We're doing it chronologically, but we're also grouping it by series, and we've got like 3 series here. So we've got the first series is the Burton Schumacher films, which feel like a pair of,
Yeah.
two pairs of completely unrelated movies with very distinct styles, but officially they are one continuity. They are all canon with one another, so they're here together. Then we have the animated series, so not animated movies, but they are specifically adaptations of the Batman the Animated Series run of shows. So you've got one based on Batman the Animated Series, you've got one based on, I think it's The Adventures of Batman and Robin, which is like, I think season 2 or something of that show. You then have Batman Beyond, and then strangely after Batman Beyond you then have Mystery of the Batwoman, which is the New Adventures of Batman. Which is very strange because Justice League was already out by then, but so that's another series of films. And then you have the famous Christopher Nolan Dark Knight trilogy, which I don't really think needs much introduction.
Yeah. And then there's
and then everything else afterwards.
a group of animated films after that, and then the latest movie at the end. So, I guess we can get right into it then.
So this totally counts. I wanted to include it. Batman the movie, the Batman movie. What a concept back in the '60s. This is based on the Adam West TV show. I haven't really sat down and watched the TV show ever, so this is quite fun to go into. And what do you think?
I'm just realizing there are at least 5 movies on our list that are based on different shows, essentially.
Yeah, well, some of them, especially some of the animated shows will stitch episodes together and call it a movie. We didn't include any of those.
Yeah.
Well,
this one was, I would say, surprisingly enjoyable. Its age did not make it any less of a treat to watch. It was very funny, very weird. The plot was a lot stranger than I expected, but it was, I don't know a better way to put it, that it was just silly in all the ways that you kind of can expect, because it's the 4 villains who are just sort of grouped together for whatever reason. It's just here's Joker and Catwoman and Penguin and Riddler. They're just
well, it's the ultimate threat. That's the stakes of a movie. That's how you make a movie. You just have multiple villains.
Not to...
Speaking of which, I guess we should introduce what's on the right there.
Yeah, I was going to say
bingo card.
Didn't formally introduce that. We kind of came up with just a list of things. Early on, we were just what if we did a bingo thing where we just keep a track of... Because, I think the one that we always joke about is, his parents being shot, the origin, where... Because, every single time they do Batman, it feels like, in games and in movies, they have to know the scene of his parents getting shot. And it's just kind of a joke at that point, because it's happened so much. We know what Batman's deal is. You don't have to keep doing this. So we did this thing where let's come up with as many sort of recurring trends or things that are interesting because they do pop up more than once, and then just keep track of them all. We came up with 18, and then I filled out the rest with just characters. And then I just randomly sorted them onto an actual bingo card, and then saw which ones are filled out, basically. I guess it's more or less self-explanatory, but just looking at it, you can see how much these things come up, and it's very interesting.
We also we just kind of but like some of them, like specifically the character ones, it's just like if they're mentioned, that's good enough. They don't have to show up in person. That's particularly important for things like Joker, because that was another one. Like we kind of joked about. How often they explain Batman's origin. But another thing is, like, man, if they can get Joker in somehow, they will. Like, Joker is very marketable.
Oh, yeah.
And that comes up many times. A lot of Joker teasers, but we'll get to those.
Oh, man. So, yeah, back to the 66 movie. Just, honestly, really good, in spite of its age. Like, I did not expect to enjoy it as much as I did.
The low production values are just kind of played off for last, because they will just, something will happen and then they'll just explain what happened rather than depict it, and that sounds annoying, but it's actually hilarious. You're just like, wait, what?
It's very well done. Like, the humor is very spot on. Like, we actually have one of our bingo slots is for bad humor, which is anytime Batman makes like cracks a joke, but it isn't. You would think that it would be in this one, but it's not, because Adam West plays Batman so straight, and that's actually way funnier. It is,
yeah, that's why the show works. I mean, a lot of people who just sort of know the show in passing just like, oh, it's campy and stupid. It's like, no, it's self-aware. Like, they didn't have like brain rot in the 60s, like they knew what was up. They knew they're doing it ironically, and it's hilarious. Like, the fact that he plays it straight, that is the absolute key ingredient to the whole show in this movie. It's absolutely hilarious just how, especially the riddles, which are the most abstract shit you've ever heard.
Oh, right.
Just absolute, like, the leaps in logic. It's like some like Sierra like point and click game fever dream. Just the way you have to, how his mind works. And the best part is like just Burt Ward just going, oh yes, of course. Like, what? It's brilliant. It's great. Like, that's why the show is so popular. I see that now. I mean, I kind of already knew that, but now I know for sure. It's like, yeah, that's great. I'll watch more of that.
The actual like villain plot, which is this machine that just dehydrates people, as in it turns them into dust, and then you add water, and then they just come back to normal. And
yeah, I guess there's spoiler alerts for all of these movies, by the way.
If you haven't seen the 1966 Batman movie.
Yes. Stop listening, go watch it, seriously. So speaking of the main plot, we did find a very funny coincidence. May have gone over our heads if we weren't watching these movies back to back, but the plot is basically Batman Begins.
Yes. It is.
So the point is, the villains take over a ship to steal an invention, and that's the dehydrator. In Batman Begins, the villains steal a ship for an invention on it that basically instantly vaporizes water. It's the same thing. It's like Christopher Nolan must have been watching this movie. He must have been a big fan of it or something, because that is such a weird connection between two totally very different movies.
Very strange. And then like the end is very strange, where like the villains are like cut out essentially, like they're defeated, and then there's a not insignificant amount of the film that is Batman trying to put all of the dust of all of these like what is it, like the
dehydrated world leaders?
Yeah, like they're all turned into dust and then mixed up, and he has to like sort them out, and then the ending is just a gag where that doesn't go quite as he expected. And
yeah, this is like the one movie where Batman mission failed, and he and Robin just kind of slink out. Oh, some people die in this movie. They have horrific deaths.
Oh,
so
that's
right. It's not quite Murder of Batman, which we have on here. I think we put Murder of Batman on in case we ever do a Zack Snyder Batman movie. But there's the mental gymnastics involved in this scene. It's like there was some penguin pretends to be someone, but not convincingly enough to get. So Batman's like, we know you're the penguin, and he's like, well, prove it. So he's like, oh, I'll take you back to the Batcave, and that's the penguin's voice. He wanted to be captured. It's a Dark Knight.
Oh my God, he did.
He wanted to be captured because he's smuggling in henchmen in dust form in his pocket, and then he rehydrates them in the Batcave, and then but he uses what is like
heavy water.
heavy water, like
instead
for
of
like
light water, it's heavy water, which I'm pretty sure is not even remotely how that works. But
for yeah, he has a nuclear stockpile or something. I don't know. That's weird. That's just kind of glossed over. It was the Cold War, I guess. Oh, and then because they come back, using that, they're unstable and they kind of just perish. Nothing is simple in these. You think, oh, this will be the simplest plot. It's actually probably the most convoluted, but in a good way. Also, Riddler has access to ICBMs. That's kind of weird. The fucking one from the Batman is just like, whoa, that's a bit much. Jeez, you could hurt someone.
I do like they spend most of the villains spend most of the movie just in a sub.
Yes, they do. Well, that's quite a cheap set to do. Catwoman pretends to be a Russian and strikes up a relationship with Bruce Wayne. That's pretty funny because like sort of jumping in and out of. They capture Bruce Wayne, and that results in some hijinks as well.
Oh yeah, I didn't even really make that connection where they both have this thing where they both don't know each other's true identity. It's very weird.
Yeah.
Because he's like, whatever woman she was supposed to be, I forget her name. Like, whenever she disappears, he's just like, where is she? Where did you go? What did you do with her? And it's just like, damn it.
That's the best thing, though. It's all entirely self-aware. And honestly, the actions, it's not that bad. It's comical, but it's definitely more coherent than Batman Begins.
Right.
I'll say that much. Should have put on this bingo card. Batman goes out of his way to save a cat because he does that twice.
Oh right, yeah.
And this is one of them. Catwoman throws a cat at him, and then he very carefully lowers it into a dinghy in the sea.
Oh god.
Because like the villain, so it's Cesar Romero who, as the Joker, who just paints over his mustache because he didn't want to shave it for the role. You've got Burgess Meredith as Penguin. You've got who's Catwoman?
Oh, I don't know.
Lee Merriweather, who was Big Mama in MGS4. That's kind of weird. And Riddler was Frank Gorshin, just laughing it up as usual. And they're all great. They're all great. Such an entertaining movie.
I could go on for a while. Like the fact that they keep having me like, stop doing riddles, just throw the bomb at them. Stop doing your stupid riddles.
Yeah, this is a nice bit of bickering. I mean, I think that's probably the appeal of the movie. You get to finally see these villains interact with one another, a bit like the Avengers or something. Finally get to see Iron Man talk to Captain America. This is like you finally get to see Penguin yell at Joker.
I love
these lame jokes.
I guess it's like an old style movie thing where everything feels kind of like a stage play, but it leads to these like long extended shots where like all these different actors are just doing all sorts of different stuff across a long shot. It's very well made, is what I'm saying.
Oh yes, it's well, especially because it was just based on a TV show.
Yeah. I guess we could finally put a rating down on it.
Yeah, so I think we've done preliminary ratings, and I believe we've said that's an A.
Yeah, that's
that is entertaining. That was very entertaining. I have no criticisms of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's thoroughly good. Honestly, just recommend it to anyone, especially if people have just. And you know what helped as well? Like it kind of sticks out among all these movies.
Oh yeah.
It was a nice change of pace. That probably helped it as well. Honestly.
It's the movie where Batman is just like giving press conferences and shit, or just like just speaking.
Yeah, no corrupt police on here. He's a public civil servant. He's giving press releases as Batman. It's brilliant. Oh yeah, one thing I haven't mentioned that's not on screen. We were also keeping a little track of characters as well. Not just on the bingo card, but just literally any reoccurring characters would make a little tick if they showed up. We'll get more to that as we press on, though. Just something worth mentioning. So yeah, that's the 60s. So we're now going to just fly straight into the 1980s with the very famous 1989 Batman movie, one of the yeah, arguably one of like the earliest big blockbuster superhero movies, if not the original. I mean, Superman was big in the 70s, but this was just everywhere. Like the marketing for this was like a real showpiece for like what we consider a modern superhero movie. And how is it?
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty entertaining. It's pretty good. I guess when you're setting kind of the blueprint for pretty much all, I mean, yeah, the 60s one, but that's based on a TV show, so that's kind of not really the same thing. This is really
Right.
like kind of the first made-for-movie Batman adaptation, and yeah, when it's kind of setting the standard, it's probably not going to seem that shocking, but
Yeah, yeah.
it's solid.
It's
It's
because it's kind of a different Batman in a way. It's one of the few times that Murderer Batman actually gets pinged on our list because he just does what he wants.
yeah, I don't think the mainstream really had a kind of cared about the law if they ever did. But
Right.
anyway, yeah, I don't have that much, but there's a couple of people get thrown off towers and stuff.
Yeah.
That's kind of funny. So Tim Burton, like very distinct style, very gothic, very good pick for this. Michael Keaton as Batman, good casting. I think it's Bruce Wayne's like, it's all right.
It's alright.
Good Batman though, very good Batman. It has like an intimidating voice without putting a voice on.
Yeah, for sure.
Which I think, I don't know if he innovated that, but maybe like a newish thing. It might have been Kevin Conroy even, but God, what's that to say? Joker. This is the Joker movie. This is like, this catapulted the Joker into like sort of supervillain, like movie supervillain royalty.
Yeah.
Really, he's like, the Joker is the comic book supervillain of the screen, I guess. Like nobody really compares. With Jack Nicholson, who that was kind of a big deal because casting Jack Nicholson, who's a very prolific actor, you know, to do a silly comic book movie, that was also a fairly big deal. I mean, he had like Gene Hackman as Lex Luthor and things like that, but you've got Jack Nicholson in this like absurd makeup with this twisted smile, so it's like, it's weird. He goes into the chemicals and he has a forced smile. That's probably one of the most unique parts of this Joker design. Like he can't stop smiling.
Right. I'm gonna be honest. This is like, out of all of these movies, this is the one I think I have the least to say about, but not because it was bad, but
Yeah.
it was just, yeah, it just sort of is what it is, I guess.
It's the template for Batman movies. Like if you've seen a
Yeah.
Batman movie, this is that, and it's kind of cursed with being not literally the first, but set all the precedents for what would come, and everything that came afterwards would have a more extreme take on it. I think that's probably the problem. It's a very well balanced live action Batman movie.
Yeah.
Whereas the other one, so you know, we've got one that goes too dark, we've got one that goes too campy, we've got one that is, you know, famously very realistic. We have a different one with a different type of realism. This one is just kind of a healthy blend of everything. So it's like, it's gothic, but it's not too over the top. It's comic booky, but it's not full Schumacher. And that's probably why we don't have much to say about it. It's not that it's, oh, this is boring or bad. It's not. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
But in terms of a discussion video, there isn't a whole lot to say. And I also feel like this movie's been talked about to death. You know, it's very well known. This is not. You know, I'm going to probably talk a bit more about some of these more obscure direct-to-video animated movies. Whereas the '89 Batman movie, yeah, it's it's the one with the Joker and Kim Basinger, and
we all know about it. That's the thing. We all know what's going on here with this one.
I suppose in retrospect, yeah, it's even after all these other ones, it's probably one of the better ones, I would say.
Yeah.
Just the sort of the realization of Gotham. It's the thing, though. It's impressive for the number of bursts it did. It definitely made Gotham a character. It wasn't in the 60s movies. It was clearly just like Los Angeles or something. This one is Gotham actually feels like a unique fictional place that with impossible architecture that couldn't possibly exist in real life, and that's all. You know, I'd say it's a collaborative effort. It's everyone, but you know, it's definitely a Tim Burton vision ultimately. And say again, Jack Nicholson's really good. You know, he hams it up. He has just the right cadence of being menacing, but also being funny as well. It's very Joker's going to show up a lot. Joker's very hard to get right. It's a bit like Harley Quinn. Like if you go too far in one direction, you can just be bad. Just be kind of annoying. I'd say most of the Jokers we're going to see are good, if not great. But yeah, he's hard character to get right, but he does it right. He's just like a criminal. It's a bit strange. He's like a criminal, a guy who works for an organization like the mob or whatever, and he gets betrayed by his boss, and then he turns into the Joker and kills him. So it's a little like mafia story. We're gonna get. I don't know. It's I think it was too vague. It's far too common to actually put as a bingo thing. But remember, like plots that involve crime families.
Oh yeah, well,
that's probably that's as big as the supervillains. You know.
Yeah, because there was like Falcone and Maroni. They're all like recurring characters, and there's a lot of like mafia crime sort of subplots going on in these films.
Yeah, a lot of it's almost too common though.
Yeah, true. It really is.
But yeah, I'm kind of lingering on that. Where did we put that?
We wrote B.
Yeah.
I think high B, I'd say.
Yeah, fair enough. Again, there's not so much to say, but
yeah. It's an odd time to ask, but since the Discord quality is not the best, is that Baby Man at the bottom tier?
It is.
Excellent. Okay, because it just looks like a blur to me.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. So next movie.
Batman.
And oh boy, now this is one we can talk about. There are things to be said here. Oh boy.
This is. I will say this much. I remember I mentioned when I was doing this to a few other people, and Harper said he was inevitably going to be disappointed in how much lower we would rate this movie over him because he loves this movie, but he understands that not us. And what a weird film.
I mean I love it in some regards. It's insane. I love that it exists.
Absolutely.
But good God, it's kind of it sounds strange. It's like a big childhood movie. I'd seen it so many times growing up. I do feel like it's like going back to it though. It is too dark. It is way too fucking weird. This is peak Tim Burton. So the first movie did well. Warner Brothers were like, let's give you more creative control. Oh no, that's too creative. that's insane.
Weren't they trying to sell like kids' toys and shit, like market it as a kids' film until they realized what was going on?
It had Happy Meal toys, and I forget if they were cancelled or if they were pulled after the fact. So basically, like, because I suppose we should, kind of explain the movie to those who haven't seen it. Although I expect if you're watching this, you've probably seen most of these. This movie is really, I don't want to say dark. It's not like grim. It's not like real world dark, but it is well, it is literally dark. The pictures, if you said, is pitch black. I mean, look at the poster there. Everyone's wearing black. Danny DeVito. I think I can sum up this movie with Danny DeVito bites a guy's nose off. Like that is my go-to reference for how unhinged this movie is.
Yeah. He kind of does it out of nowhere too. He just makes a weird joke about it, and everyone's like, "What?" And they just bites a dude's nose off. Like, okay.
You got Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman being all fucking weird and not. Her origin is she was pushed out of a window by a boss, played by Christopher Walken. He was like kind of the third villain, really. I mean, he gets a lot of screen time, but I guess he didn't make it on the poster. But yeah, he's pretty important. Max Schreck, which is like a reference to Nosferatu, very Tim Burton thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, Catwoman gets pushed out of a window, and then she falls through some awnings. So I guess that's how she survived, I guess. And then a bunch of cats bite her, and then she just goes fucking insane. Makes a leather cat suit, and then she doesn't even like directly go after Shrek. She like kind of goes after. She just starts. Well, I guess she goes after his shop and starts like vandalizing it and blowing it up. But then she starts helping Penguin, who's running for mayor. I don't know why she helps him.
She sort of goes back to work the next day after being murdered by her boss, supposedly, and she's just like, "Yeah, all right, don't worry about it." He's just like, "Oh."
Also, yeah, it's weird, and also there's like. This movie is probably the most sexually charged of all of them. And you may think, well, yeah, you've got Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman, of course it is, but no, most of it comes from fucking Danny DeVito. He's like, he's like constantly horny, making really weird sexual jokes. It's fucking weird. Like the Penguin's like this gross character who eats a cat in the opening scene, and then he's all horny. It's oh my god. And also, this movie is all about the villains. Like, it's not as bad as another movie we'll get to, but like Batman is not the star of this show. This is we saw Joker's origin in the '89 movie, but he was just one villain. And that's another thing. This is like we're gonna get into multiple villains, and it is pretty rare for one of these to just have one villain.
Yeah.
At least one. We're count for the bingo card there. We are counting super villains, so we're not like if like Rupert Thorne or whoever, some crime bosses in there. Yeah, it's specifically super villains, really.
This is just the weirdest movie, and like I get why people would like it because of that, and I don't dislike it. To be fair, I'm not saying I'd hate anything.
Oh, it's entertaining, but it's not a very good Batman movie.
No,
it's a good Tim Burton movie, and not a good Batman movie.
Absolutely, it's like this interpretation of Catwoman is just weird as fuck. Like I don't understand anything about it.
Yeah, for the ending, she French kisses Christopher Walken with a taser and turns him into a skeleton. I'd say positives. Again, if you just want a Tim Burton movie, hey, it's good. It's a great one. The set design is amazing.
Yeah.
Like everything is just bigger than. I mean, I remember in the first movie, they kept driving by the same theater. Every other scene, like every time there's a car chase, they kept driving past it. It's like, yeah, that's your one like city square set, isn't it? Whereas this one is so over the top. But yeah, I also want to draw attention to the literal batarang thing on the bingo card. So that's one of the more abstract things on here. Like you might look at that and you're like, what the hell is that? That is whenever Batman uses, or not even necessarily Batman, it's just someone uses bats as a weapon, like a literal swarm of real bats. And I think Penguin does that, and then I think Batman does it back to him at the end. That was common enough to be a thing on the bingo card.
Yeah.
So I want to draw attention to that happening for the first time. And to get maybe fairly dark. Penguin's ultimate plot is to kill children. And it's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
there's a character who's like quite self-aware, and he's like, isn't that a bit much? And he's like, no, it's a lot. And it's like, and I'm just watching them like, no, that kind of is too much. That's a little too much for your comic book movie, Tim. That's kind of insane.
His plan is
Like,
to
what the fuck?
get back at all the rich people by killing all their children, which is
Na Batman. Yay. What the fuck? I mean, when it's like worse. It's something I've kind of realized as I get older. You know, as a kid, I was just like, oh yeah, that's a villain plot. As an adult, I'm watching it again. It's like, that is insane. What the fuck? Like, how did Warner Brothers stop that? Yeah, that is. How did Warner Brothers like give that the thumbs up? Like, yeah, that's fine. That's a good plot point. Like, what the hell? I mean, I kind of appreciate how insane it is, but it's still insane. That's the thing. Like, I don't want to. It's simultaneously like bad, but it's also. I mean, I get the sort of. I feel very 50-50 about this because part of me is like, wow, this is so insane, I love it, but another part of me is like, wow, this is insane, this is hard to watch. I don't know.
Weird. It's too
weird.
It's too divergent.
I like that it exists, but
yeah.
not a great Batman movie. Oh god, did we miss anything?
No. It's just funny thing, at the time, this was the third Batman movie ever.
And they've already gone extremely, like sort of, not, well, I guess kind of off of us. I mean, the thing about, the 89 movie was coming off the reputation of the 60s show, and they're like, we've got to make this, like, more serious, you know, people can't take it seriously, we've got to, you know, that's probably why they got Burton, he was like, you know, the dark visionary. It's a good fit. They went too far. Like, this is too far. If we had like a scale of like, I say that. I mean, it's not even like opposite to being campy. This is still a campy movie.
Yes, yeah.
It's just simultaneously grim.
Yeah,
so
the starting scene is a deformed child eating a cat and then just being tossed in a river by his rich parents. It's like.
It sounds like I don't know, something like AI generated or something. It just sounds like ludicrous. Like, that's not a real movie. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, and I forgot one actually very big element of the movie, and it's the entire reason why we watched the movie when we did. It's Christmas. It's a Christmas movie. It is Christmas as hell. I remember being set during Christmas and then watching. I was like, they keep mentioning Christmas. It is a big deal. It is not just a background element.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like, the opening scene is the lighting of the, well, not the first scene. The first scene is eating a cat and being thrown in the river. The follow-up scene is the lighting of the Christmas scene, the Christmas tree in Gotham.
Yeah.
So
That's
you
like
want a good Christmas movie.
It's like a big set piece in the film is the whole like big Christmas tree. Oh yeah, and for some reason, Penguin's henchmen, they're all clowns.
He just owns a circus?
I don't know.
They're all like from a circus, and they're all like freak show people. Well, not even necessarily. There's like a woman with a poodle, and that's a plot point.
Oh right.
Because oh my god, I don't even. Yeah, I mean, if you try and attach any real world logic to this, you will go absolutely insane. Like, you're like, how did he get this, or what's happening here? It's just like, no, just don't think about that. Don't worry about that.
Just weird. So we put this in C.
Yeah, and I think that's fair.
Yeah. I don't.
Because it is entertaining. It certainly is not boring, but it's not a very good Batman movie. It sounds like a strange thing to say, but it's too unhinged.
It's a good movie and a bad Batman movie. I feel like that.
Yeah.
It's definitely a Tim Burton movie, but it is not. Like, the main character is Tim Burton's imagination and not Batman.
Yeah, and also, like, this is actually worse for another movie, but like, Batman is barely in it. Like he is not the focus. So don't get this if you just want some good Batman action. So when that happened, what does Warner Brothers do? They're like, well, we'll need to go the other direction. And we get the.
Yes. I love that among these 4 movies, not to spoil things, we have 3 different people playing Batman. Like, we couldn't keep that the same, but I think Alfred is the same in all of them.
Yeah, Michael Goth, I believe, plays him. Yeah, he stuck around. He was a worker.
Yeah. Sure.
So, yeah, Batman Forever. We'll get into the realm where I can actually. I'm actually old enough to remember these movies coming out because I remember the marketing for this. I've been what 6. Big deal, big release, very very colorful, and extremely campy and very, again, this is something we notice more when we watch these side to side, very very evocative of the Adam West show. Like it is just kind of gone. I mean, we're what 4 movies in, and then we've already ended up back where we started in a sense, because the Return's got a lot of backlash, and kind of rightfully so. Yeah. Really, especially for families, it's not. I mean, Warner Brothers, they have Batman as a marketing machine, you know, and if you have to cancel Happy Meal toys, that's no good. We need to be able to sell stuff. So this is a very safe. This is a very safe movie. Very much what you'd expect. I mean, Joel Schumacher. I want to say for the record, Joel Schumacher is a good director and did make some good movies. I'm a big fan of Phone Booth.
I'm a big fan of Falling Down.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, that's a great one. But yeah, this. So I've always viewed this movie as a guilty pleasure. At least I sort of thought that, and then when we went back to it, I'm like, man, this is even worse than I remember. Like I knew it was bad, but this is actually like even worse. Like I don't know if I guess I'm just getting older and I'm getting a bit more critical, but good God, this movie. It's funny because it's flawed, but in completely different ways to Returns.
It's so dumb. Like just the villain plot is just sort of abstract. It's like you get Jim Carrey.
But explain what's the plot? Go on, tell us the plot.
Well,
Two-Face is robbing a bank. Who's Two-Face? Don't worry, we've got a 15-second news broadcast in the background of a scene explaining vaguely who he is. He's Harvey Dent. Someone threw acid on him. He became a supervillain. There you go. That took Christopher Nolan like 2 hours to tell. Schumacher did it in 15 seconds. That's an efficient direction.
Him and then they get him. You get Tommy Lee Jones and Jim Carrey, who both play the Joker with different face paint on. Like, I don't understand what the fuck's going on where they were just like, get Tommy Lee Jones as Two-Face to act as goofy as possible. And he's just an insane guy who just does stuff. And the Riddler is an insane guy who does stuff. And
So here's the thing, right? You've cast Tommy Lee Jones and Jim Carrey as your 2 villains. Now, you know what I would do? Tommy Lee Jones, quite a very serious man. Apparently in real life he has like no sense of humor. You know, you think he's going to be the straight man and Jim Carrey's going to be the wacky one, right? I mean, that's what worked in Men in Black. Yeah. You know, I mean, that's like 2 years afterwards, but you know, that's the dynamic he had with Will Smith. You know, Will Smith was like cracking jokes and things like that, and he's just stony face. And like Adam West, that's funny. Like him taking everything deathly serious, that's funny. But no, for some reason in this, Tommy Lee Jones is a fucking clown, and he's terrible. Like he's awful. Like he's so bad in it. He's completely. Well, I don't think he's miscast. Like I think he could be a good Two-Face, but he's Schumacher obviously told him, oh, it won't need to be zany, and it's like him. Like no, and then you put him against Jim Carrey, who's like the star of the time. Like holy shit, and he hated Jim Carrey. like Tommy Lee Jones like famously fucking despised Jim Carrey and absolutely hated his guts. But he's trying to out comedy him. It's so bad. He's the worst part of this whole thing. I mean, say what you will about like Jim Carrey, but he's just doing his shtick. You know, you either like it or you don't. Tommy Lee Jones is just, what is he doing?
I think he had a couple of good lines, but it still begs the question of, like, why the fuck was Two-Face depicted this way? I don't think... He was miscast in the sense that if they wanted to make Two-Face this kind of character, which is, again, literally just the Joker, it's all just Joker shit, like, don't get him to do it. Like, that's so fucking weird. I don't... And
I also want to mention Billy D. Williams was cast as Harvey Dent in the '89 movie, with the promise that he was eventually going to be Two-Face, and they just said, "Here's some money, fuck off. We don't want you. You're not a big enough star." Which is, and I don't think he voiced the character. I don't think he ever played the character until like he did the voice in I think the Lego Batman movie, of all things, or something like that. So he finally got to do that eventually. But yeah, he was. And it's the same continuity, so there was a Harvey Dent, and then he just turned into a different person. What the hell?
yeah, I mean, Batman did too, to be fair. So, just
Yeah, well.
no, it's the other than Alfred for some reason. But
Yeah, but Alfred is the center of this universe. Everything in this universe is a dream of Alfred's.
I'm looking at the poster and seeing Robin there. It's like, oh yeah, this is the movie that is about Batman and Robin, which is exactly why the movie called Batman and Robin is about Batgirl. Like, fucking strange shit. Like, it's so weird having this strange sort of relationship with this movie where I know it mostly for that video game that I owned as a kid, and then looking back on it being like, why did I own that game? I never saw the movie.
Batman, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that game is also kind of a. I don't want to call it guilty pleasure. It's really not good, but it's an amusing reference between the two of us. It's a very amusing game that exists. Both of the games made based on this movie are insane and kind of funny bad.
That arcade game is just madness.
It is just, yeah. We've managed to link this to the beat 'em up thing, but yeah.
Oh man, I don't.
Good soundtrack. You got "Kiss from a Rose" over the credits, which is way too good for this damn movie. That's weird.
I forgot about
like really
on the title here. I forget she's on the poster.
Her name is Dr. Chase Meridian.
Chase Meridian, yeah.
I just always remember that she's named played by Nicole Kidman.
Yeah, and I don't.
She's the love interest.
She's love interest. I don't remember what she did in the movie, to be honest.
She wanted to get in Batman's pants.
Oh yeah. She liked that he was crazy.
She's like she was a therapist or something like that, and she was analyzing or something. Yeah, she was there. Yeah, that's let's just quick mention the love interest, which is not really so much a Batman thing. It's more just a general Hollywood thing. Although it probably sticks out a bit more for Batman, because Batman's kind of a loner. Like, he's had like love interest in the comics and the shows and things like that. But yeah, a lot of these like just kind of shoehorn in a love interest. So that is another thing we wanted to acknowledge.
I do like where they go with it sometimes, where they try to play off the fact that Batman is a loner character, or, Bruce Wayne is a loner character, so they sort of play with that idea instead of it just being like, oh, he's just horny for a girl, except for, like this movie.
I mean, this is the one where it kind of sticks out the most. So, like Kim Basinger in the first movie, she was also kind of the point of view character. We didn't even mention that journalist guy who just gets completely shoved into the background by the second half. Like, it starts off with, I can't even remember the character's name. Like, he's a journalist and he's trying to find out about Batman. He meets Kim Basinger, and then by halfway through the movie, we never see him again. But he looks like he's going to be the POV character, but he's not.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, Kim Basinger, she had a purpose, because she had she was the one who's revealed. She was a bit more involved in the plot, and also there weren't multiple villains, so she could shine a bit more. Catwoman was Catwoman. She's insane, but involved in the plot. Chase Meridian was like Nicole Kidman's character. Was just, this is the first love interest who just, like, you could remove her and it wouldn't make a slightest bit difference to the plot.
No.
It wouldn't change anything.
What do we even rate this? Like,
it's. I mean, here's the thing, right? I don't hate it. In fact, I kind of like the visual design.
Oh, I like the visual
like
stuff.
the neon, and everything's colorful. And I mean, it's dumb, but I also like, there's like a street gang who have UV paint on them, and it's so stupid, but it's kind of funny. Kind of tickles that sort of Streets of Rage part of my brain.
Oh yeah, like
with the silly gangs.
I think Two-Face has like neon lights on his Tommy gun. Like the drum mag has just big neon lights on it, which is great. It's a really cool looking movie in a way. It's very colorful, very
it's got merit. The same way the productions in Returns was also good in a different way.
Oh, I just want to give a shout out to the fact that what Riddler was doing throughout this movie, I had no fucking idea. He was like draining people's brain drain. Yeah, he just was taking stuff from people, I guess, in their brains, and that was bad, I think. Maybe, I don't know. And then
we kind of went off. Yeah, we started talking outlining the plot, and then we just kind of went off on a tangent, didn't we? Yeah. I guess we should probably focus a bit more on the plot. But I mean, these are reviews. I kind of hate it when reviews just kind of go over the plot and details. Like, yeah, I know. But yeah, his plot is he's a disgruntled Wayne Tech employee, and then like Bruce Wayne kind of brushes him off, and then he gets fired or something. So he kills his boss. That happens again. There's a lot of people not getting on with their bosses in these movies. And then he starts leaving cryptic messages for Bruce Wayne. So he hates Bruce Wayne, and he invents... I don't know what the timescale of this movie is, because it's like 2 scenes later, and he has this global empire making these boxes that you put on your TV, and it makes it like 3D, I think. I don't even know what is happening from the perspective of the person who uses it. This is like CGI fest when his boss uses it, and it's like images coming out of the screen, but I don't actually know what this is supposed to be experiencing or what it's for. But it's draining their brain. That's what it's actually doing. It's draining their brain and sending it to his private island.
The Riddler Island, yeah. I want to give a special
There's your plot.
Villain falling is one of our bingo slots, and that's because, strangely, a lot of villains fall to their death or just supposedly fall to their death. It happens. I
think that's like a Hollywood thing. That happened a lot in like late 80s, early 90s.
Well, I think it also works for Batman, where like he doesn't have to actually physically kill somebody or like render them unconscious. Something happens and they fall, and that's just a very easy way for him to do that without being a murderer. So
yeah, that happened to Joker. It happens to Two-Face in this. Surprisingly, so one thing is like, generally most of these movies they need to dispatch the villains, and it's just kind of, I guess, just because they don't want to pay the actor again or something like that, or I don't know. But a lot of them that usually have to deal with them. So 60s one's the 60s, that doesn't count. 89, Joker falls to his death. Returns, Penguin definitely dies, but Catwoman is set up for sequel bait. Whoops, that never happened. Can't have her back. She is too sexual and violent. Forever, Tommy Lee Jones falls to his death, but Riddler survives. Like, and he gets sent to Arkham.
Yeah, because his machine did something. It malfunctioned.
He blew up the machine.
Yeah.
Batman threw a batarang at it.
Yeah, of course, yeah, and it just like melted his brain or something, and he became insane. Which I don't even know. I don't understand anything going on with the whole like brain drain thing. So fucking.
It's
strange.
really unclear. They also find out who Bruce Wayne is, and they attack the mansion in the Batcave. That's the scene, I guess. That's
yeah. I guess.
They don't really use that information. They just kind of attack him in his home. They don't even kill. Oh yeah. Tommy Lee Jones is gonna kill him, and like Jim Carrey's like, no, don't do that, and he's like, oh, all right.
Oh my god.
I don't. It's stupid. That's the thing. This movie's just fucking dumb.
It is. That's
It's
the
not
one
devoid
word.
of merit, but it's fucking stupid. It feels brain dead.
The one word I would describe it is dumb. It feels like I've been brain drained as I watch this movie. So,
I think we put that in C, right?
We did,
Because
yeah.
we said it's like equally. It's funny because it's very much flawed in the same way as like Returns. It's too much of a director's vision, I guess. Actually, not even that. It's probably more like studio interference. It's kind of
think
like the
so,
opposite
yeah.
problem. Yeah.
It seems like
But we kind of.
they kind of forced this movie to be something that it really shouldn't have been, because they shot in the wrong direction, like too far in the opposite direction, and we got whatever the hell this was. And
Yeah, they went too far the other direction. But here's the thing, right? This is only the first Joel Schumacher movie.
yeah,
So they went this far, and then they went even further.
this fucking we're gonna move right into it then. Yeah, fucking this movie. What the fuck?
This, I mean, I don't know. Have you heard? This isn't a very good movie. This is probably like the most. Looking at our list, this is probably the most infamously bad movie.
Yeah, for sure.
To be fair, there's not a lot of like really bad movies on our list, but this is definitely the most famous for being bad, like without a doubt. A lot of early YouTube critic, angry movie reviews of this, but yeah, but it's well earned. This movie's a piece of shit.
Yeah, it's just bad. It's actively stupid in the sense that stuff that happens in it doesn't make a lick of sense. Like, so what is this movie? This is the Mr.Freeze movie. Arnold Schwarzenegger plays Mr. Freeze, and he kind of has the same thing.
Co-starring George Clooney as Batman. Schwarzenegger has top billing.
Of course.
That's hilarious.
Fucking, so they got Mr. Freeze. He has the same thing where he's got his wife and he's trying to find a cure for her, but he's also...
That was from the, if I may interject, that was specifically from the animated series.
Right, yeah. It was so influential, it's kind of crazy. But, like, on top of that, there's things like he has to use diamonds to stay cold enough to survive, because, his whole thing is he needs to be cold, but he uses diamonds, and there's...
Yeah, well, they kind of look like ice, so
that's
makes
it.
sense to me.
That's fucking it.
Yeah,
that's all they got.
That's literally it.
Diamonds look kind of like ice. That doesn't make any fucking sense. And
it's the logic of a toddler, like a literal child wrote this movie. It is. I don't mind things being like it. Here's the thing, right? This feels like the Adam West movie, but if the Adam West movie was not self-aware. And it also just had a really big budget and was just not charming in the slightest.
Yeah. It's like you get the same amount of like creative, colorful sets, but it's in service of just a lot more stupid shit. Like Mr. Freeze has like a group of hockey henchmen who are singing and dancing at some point, and they
went way too far. I mean, Forever is dumb, but still within the realm of like suspension of disbelief, I suppose. Like it's you can like not think about things enough. But this is just every part of this movie is just distractingly stupid.
Yeah, no, it's
you can't get past that. This is much worse than Forever.
You can't ignore how dumb this movie is. This is
so getting back to the plot, he's trying to like save his wife, and then meanwhile on some prison island where they're doing like research into botany at the same time, and they're making a super soldier serum, which is, I don't know, like Captain America or something, I don't know. Yeah. Uma Thurman's there as Poison Ivy, and she's like a researcher, I guess. And then the guy who voiced the Riddler in the animated show, it's like he's got mercenary contracts for terrorists, I guess, like right. Foreign nations, I don't know. And they drag this prisoner to be injected with venom, specifically venom, which turns him into Bane, like the muscular luchador tactician. But except in this movie, he's just like a brain dead brute who just grunts and doesn't even speak. He might as well not even be in this damn movie.
He's like dumb Hulk as a minion. Like he just gets ordered around.
You meant like the yellow minions?
No, he's just a grunt. Like he just follows Ivy's orders for some reason. He doesn't.
Yeah. So yeah, he gets turned into that, and then it happens again. The boss finds out that the employee gets disgruntled, so we have yet a third like boss murder. Well, I guess the murderous boss didn't murder, but a lot of like bosses being assholes in this movie. He basically pushes her, and she falls on some chemicals, and she becomes Poison Ivy, which feels like the absolute laziest of all these villain origins. And this is like after Catwoman just gets bitten by some cats. Like this is just, she just becomes Poison Ivy, and she just wants to make the world green. Here's the thing, right, about Poison Ivy, we noticed this. You know, she has like, I don't know what the Latin term would be, but she has like plant manipulation as a power. She does not do any of that shit until literally her final scene. Yeah. The entire movie, she is going around and just doing like mind control with pheromones. Yeah, like that's her power in this movie.
Her entire thing is just blowing smoke at people and just making them fall in love with her.
Blowing smoke up their asses.
Might as well. That's literally all she does. It's crazy. And then, I just want to note, this is the only time Ivy ever shows up in this entire list. Like,
all right, yeah.
She's never even mentioned elsewhere. I find that kind of weird. She's one of the more notable.
Well, maybe if we did Batman and Harley Quinn, but maybe next time.
But oh my god, this, like, yeah, and then she gets defeated by.
She teams up.
Yeah, she teams up with Freeze because. What did she do that for?
Well, I don't know what her long-term plan was, but she kills his wife. Well, no, she tries to kill his wife. She basically unhooks her from the life support machine, and then she's like, "Oh, Batman did it," and then he just vows vengeance on the whole world, and she's like, "Oh, that's good. Why don't you freeze the whole world? Because I think it sucks." So, like, in the long term, her plans kind of align. I guess that was a long-term goal. I guess. It's like a long-term goal was to trick Mr.Freeze into thinking Batman killed his wife so he'd freeze the world, because that's what she wants.
She and Freeze both attack the same place at the same time, I guess. And then her shit doesn't work on him because he's cold-hearted, I guess.
How convenient.
Yeah. Probably doesn't make any sense.
What about the subplot? About Alfred?
Alfred's dying, and it turns out he has the same disease that Freeze's wife has. And Batgirl is there, I guess.
Yeah, Batgirl has a habit of kind of showing up in our most mediocre to bad movies. Unfortunately, I think this character might be cursed.
A little bit.
So generally, the character is Jim Gordon's daughter, I believe. In this, she's just inexplicably Alfred's niece, which it's probably because she's still called Barbara. Probably because Gordon has shown up in these movies, always played by the same actor, but he hasn't done shit. He's not terribly interesting. On that note, James Gordon shows up in every one of these movies, literally all of them, and the only one he doesn't show up in is at least mentioned. Right, so he is the most reoccurring character in all of these, which is a fun fact. But he's not very well established in this, so they just kind of went, it's Alfred's niece, I guess, and she shows up from England with an American accent, which is like, huh? I don't know if I missed a line of dialogue there, but explaining that. But so just to cut it short, because this isn't terribly interesting. She Alfred, who's dying, forbids her to look at a disc, and she immediately looks at the disc, which is, I think, is how she finds the Batcave, and he just immediately says, through a pre-recorded message, "Yeah, I knew you wouldn't listen to me. What the hell?" And he's made her a Batgirl costume, and she just immediately starts helping Batman and Robin.
No.
And I think the only explanation for her being able to actually handle herself in a fight is, quote, self-defense training. And it happened. She trips Robin up in one scene, and that's it.
Yeah. There's basically no real lead-in for that, other than that she's there. Just screw it. She's Batgirl now, because we needed a Batgirl. We really didn't, but whatever. Oh my god.
One thing I want to acknowledge, this is true of Forever, and it's even more blatant here, is it happens in Forever. They just inexplicably change costumes for no reason other than to sell more toys.
Right.
Like, I'm not usually that conscious of that, but good God, is it obvious. They just change their costumes for absolutely... The thing about Batgirl is she shows up in one costume for one scene towards the end of the movie, and then there's a scene cut, and then she has another costume with, like, silver trim on it.
It's not even explicitly stated, like, how they change their costumes, because as far as you could tell, like, because it's, you know, an immediate threat, they went from where Ivy's lair is to where Freeze is. Like, they didn't stop somewhere. They didn't have extra outfits in the car, I assume. I don't even think they had their...
I don't even know why they changed. I don't know why she has two.
I don't know.
She literally just... Alfred made two for her. Also, like, going back to, like, this movie being, like, the 60s, like, this is... Batman and Robin attend a charity, what do you call it? Like a dating thing.
Oh, yeah,
I forget the term, but it's basically, you know, your Orchard girls, and yeah, they just like it's just full on Adam West. Like, we are making official public appearances. Like that's when you go too far. That's when you're getting too stupid.
That's
even compared to Forever.
As Batman and Robin, and that's where you get the stupid Bat credit card thing. Like,
yeah,
just it's just.
We haven't even mentioned George Clooney, who has absolutely zero impression as Batman. Like, I don't even, like, remember that he played Batman at one point. Like, he's not a bad actor, but, like, oh yeah, he was Batman at one point. What the hell?
Just randomly for that one movie, which...
Yeah.
I don't know if he's more...
Most actors get, like, one. Like, Val Kilmer only got one as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if he's more or less memorable than Val Kilmer. I don't remember anything he did as that Batman either.
He was, Val Kilmer at least appeared in a relatively better movie.
Yeah, that's about it.
Also, yeah, I want to mention as well, compared to Forever, this movie just, I don't know what the actual budget is, but this movie as a whole just looks way cheaper than Forever. I can't really explain why, but all the sets just look like shit. Like, I praised these sets in Forever. Here they just look terrible. There's a lot of, I think part of it is because of the sheer amount of fake ice, and there was a bit towards the end of the movie where there's a guy getting out of a frozen car, and the fucking icicle, like, shakes. It, like, bends.
Right.
These rubber icicles, he gets caught in his clothing, and they didn't even, like, reshoot it. This movie looks really bad. Like, the one positive I had for Forever, it does not apply to this movie.
Yeah,
it is just ugly.
Was this the movie where at that one point they were, like, doing a street race, and then they ended, like, on the top of like a tower? It was just like, how the fuck did they get up there?
Yeah, and it was just, like, really badly green screened.
Yeah. Fucking... No, it's just stupid. Just a movie that just doesn't make any sense. It's just... Ugh.
But it's not even, like, funny bad. Like, I mean, yeah, you've got the famous, like, Mr. Freeze puns. Like, they're not even, like, ironically good. Like, half of them don't even make sense. It's like, they're not even puns. They're like, cool party, and it's like, Yeah, you said the word cool. That's not really a pun. I don't mind like bad jokes. I don't mind bad puns. But like what he's saying, like half of them aren't even puns.
It's excessive. Like, it's constant. And it...
It's also, this movie's over 2 hours long. So even if you kind of get a kick out like the Mr. Freeze stuff, because like Schwarzenegger pans up, he's really miscast by the way. I think there's a throwaway bit of dialogue. I mean, look, I know Schwarzenegger is a smart guy in real life. I'm very well aware of that, but not his kind of, you know, his persona on screen.
Yeah.
The cast him as a scientist, and there's a very short throwaway line about him also being like some sort of former athlete as well, just to explain why he's a goddamn bodybuilder.
Right.
Weird casting, like utterly bizarre casting. Obviously, he gets top billing because you know it's Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
And then Uma Thurman, who is just nothing with her character. It's just dumb. I'm surprised. I mean, she's bloody lucky she got Kill Bill after this, because man, this is a career killer.
You would think.
We never even mentioned Chris O'Donnell, but he's just kind of there.
He's there, yeah. He's whatever.
He's just kind of a bratty, kind of more adult Robin. You know, because obviously, definitely not in live action. You couldn't have a little kid Robin. That'd be, even for these movies, that'd be too weird.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, famously bad, and unfortunately, like, as we watching, it's not like, oh, actually, this is actually an underrated gem. No, its reputation is well earned. So we put that in D.
Yeah.
It's not the worst of the worst, because it's not boring. Well, parts of it are kind of dull, but it's like I wouldn't be mad about sitting through it again. But yeah, it's a bad movie.
If it's going to go on the bottom of the list, it has to be something that we do not ever want to see again.
It's actually like, offensive. Like I'm actually mad about this.
This one, it's so stupid that there's at least it's mockable, and
you can have a laugh at it.
Yeah. Especially if you haven't seen it before, you aren't familiar with all the fucking memes and the Schwarzenegger puns. Like you'll probably get some enjoyment out of it, but God, it doesn't hold up to repeat viewings. I'll tell you what. It is just trash.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty.
Right, so we're continuing on. So we've done the first run of live action movies, which is one continuity, even though it probably shouldn't be. So we're now going to get into the animated movies, but specifically the animated movies that are tied into Batman the Animated Series and that continuity of shows. And the first one of that is Mask of the Phantasm.
Mask of the Phantasm. Pretty good.
Yeah, it's very well liked.
It's different. I like that. I was gonna say that, original villain, but I guess a lot of these do.
Not too many.
I guess, yeah. Okay, sure. But no, yeah, this one's. Oh my God. I don't. I'd say I don't.
Can't remember it, right?
I know, I remember it. It's there's the I guess if we're gonna do the quick synopsis, there's the Phantasm, which is this sort of other vigilante character that's dispersing justice, but not doing it in Batman's way.
Killing.
Whatever. Yeah.
Killing mobsters.
Yeah. And they're and it's a big thing of like, oh, who is this character? While also just going through a backstory with Bruce Wayne where he's like in love with this one lady. And it makes up a lot of the movie because it's kind of important because of who it turns out to be. It's
yeah, I mean that's the main plot, but yeah, spoilers throughout. She is the Phantasm.
Yeah, it isn't very hidden because there's not a lot of people it could have been.
They try their best to cast suspicion on her father to the point where it's the same voice actor. The father's voice actor
Oh,
also voices the Phantasm. I mean,
right.
it's kind of weird. I don't know how she's able to do this, but because that's not really the point.
Yeah.
But this is it's a Batman origin story, but it kind of touches upon just an area that we don't really see much, and that's how could he be Batman if he was happy? So, a lot of Batman's kind of vengeance because of what happened to his parents and his trauma about that. I feel like he should do something. Then he falls in love, and then he realizes that, should I keep doing this if I'm happy? Like, am I obliged to do this? And that's the main premise of the movie. And then, really, the Phantasm stuff is kind of a setup for that. They go hand in hand. But it is kind of a Batman origin story. Obviously, this leans in on the fact that it's an adaptation of a TV show. It's kind of expected to. I guess you're kind of expected to know that. They don't dwell too much on who Batman is.
Right. Let's say we don't have the origin thing listed because that's, and for our cases specifically, the parents getting shot, but they don't cover that
No.
as far as it goes. But it is a lot about a younger Bruce Wayne and some stuff he's going through. It's surprisingly heavy. I don't want to say heavy, but like serious. I guess for it's a kid's cartoon show at the end of the day, but or a movie based on one. But I don't know. Yeah, it has some heavier themes going on than you would really expect from something for who the audience is. But that's the good thing about that animated series, and this movie keeps faithful to that. And also, it's worth noting that halfway through, this becomes a Joker movie.
Yeah, that kind of comes out of nowhere. I suppose that's my biggest criticism, is that the main antagonist kind of comes out of nowhere. I mean, there is... So it isn't completely random, because they show that he was originally part of this gang that harassed her father, so he was around, and part of her motivation is to take out every mobster that harassed her father, and that includes Joker. But it feels like most of the hints are like come after he's already introduced, if I remember correctly. Because you see this guy with a long nose, and they figure out that's him. Very strange as well, because a lot of Batman interpretations tend to avoid specifics about the Joker's origin. I mean, we'll get into that, but this one is just like, no, he works for it's pretty much the '89 movie. He works for the mob. And in the animated show, they do reference that he fell into the vat. I think they even just straight up say his name is Jack Napier.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So that's interesting. He is the '89 version for all intents and purposes. So he's not completely random, but yeah, our main antagonist, it's literally like halfway through the runtime he shows up. I think the Joker's kind of weird in this because it is, even though it's aimed at kids, I guess, it is quite a self-serious story. And he kind of sticks out, to be honest with you. I think this is like one time where it'd probably be better without a supervillain. I'm granted the Phantasm's pretty out there, but
yeah,
he kind of sticks out. I mean, Mark Hamill's great as the Joker, he always has been, but he doesn't really fit in the tone. It's like his jokiness and the other characters being quite serious, including the various mob bosses. I don't know. He's a strange fit.
Yeah, it's a little weird. Like, I guess I'm just so used to it by now, I didn't really think of it that much, but no, you're right. He is very different from the rest of the tone of this film, but he's still good in it. I still really
absolutely.
enjoy it.
Absolutely. No, he's great. I mean, the scene where... we really should put on the bingo card, not just Joker, but people hiring the Joker. Because that's also something that comes up a few times.
Yeah.
And it never works out because he's the Joker. I mean, was that like, not to spoil anything, it's like at least 3 times I can think of.
Yeah, at least 3.
So, but he's great though, and it's like one of my favorite scenes is the bit where he betrays the mob boss, and he hires the Joker, and the next we see him, he's dead with the Joker toxin, just sit up in the chairs as bait for the Phantasm. That's a great moment.
Yeah.
So he is great, and there's this reoccurring location of the World's Fair, and it's for the backstory. It's where I think Andrea and Bruce went on their first date, and it was all like a glimpse into the future, and it really is perfect setting for this sort of the animated series Art Deco style. And it's also the finale of the movie where it's completely run down, and some nice, I mean, maybe not subtle, but it's a nice theming of the optimistic future, and then you see it in the actual future, it's just completely derelict.
Yeah, that's like Joker's hangout spot throughout the movie, is this abandoned glimpses of the future sort of deal. And they use some creative use of like the different, like, I guess, sets, the different places, like the fight in the tiny, like, city.
Yeah, that's great.
That's a really good bit. It's also like the bit in Hot Fuzz.
Yeah, it is.
So,
yeah.
But
get out of my town.
No, it's a good film. It's really good.
It is. Yeah.
Like the animated series was just kind of amazing. Like what it accomplished.
It's considered one of the best cartoons ever made, and rightfully so.
Yeah. Yeah, and this movie is just a piece of that into a film. It doesn't have like a full film budget, but it's pretty good looking.
Yeah,
like,
so
it's still pretty.
So just for context, this was made as they started production, and what I believe is it was supposed to be direct-to-video, as you'd expect, and then Warner Brothers, after they did Batman Returns, were just like, oh, we're going to put this in theaters, and they were like, oh shit. So I think they had to like sort of do pan and scan for like widescreen and things like that, and yeah, so you're right, it didn't have the budget for like a cinematic release, but it's because it wasn't originally supposed to be, but yeah, it's one of the few animated movies here that got a theatrical release, so that's quite unique.
Yeah.
Just really solid.
Yeah. Do we rank that one? I guess, yeah, this is the point where we have to decide, I guess we've kind of already done it, but is this higher or lower? Because we put it in A.
Right. Is it better or worse than the Adam West movie?
They're two different things. It's so hard to compare them.
I would probably say it's better than the 66 movie, just because like the 66 movie is great and it's fun and all, but if I'm just recommending a Batman movie, I feel like the Phantasm is an easier sell. There's still probably a lot of people who don't like this 66, and it's very well produced. So this, not to take away from the 66 movie, but I think that's a bit better overall. Like, I'd rather watch Phantasm again.
Yeah, for sure. I'm down for that.
Then we get the so bit of a few years later, we've got an adaptation. This is from The Adventures of Batman and Robin, which is like a follow-up series, but it's also kind of just season like 2 or 3 of the show, I forget. So it's technically a different show, but it's really not. Yeah. And this one features Subzero from Mortal Kombat. This is the original MK vs DC universe.
It's the Batcave.
There's not. What do we say about this one? So for a start, this one definitely feels like a lowish budget direct-to-video. It definitely feels like a step down from Phantasm in a lot of ways.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I just want to get into the synopsis, I guess, before I really start to break it down. What was it? Mr.Freeze wants to find the cure for his wife. So...
Yeah, so that was innovated by the animated show, as we mentioned with with Batman and Robin.
Yeah, so he... I'll be honest, I don't actually remember much. I remember he teams up with some random motherfucker,
Yeah.
and he, like, the secondary villain is just some guy, like some business guy.
Yeah, I don't know why he's there. It doesn't really add much.
And a majority of the movie is just like Batgirl, who just so happens to have the same blood type as Freeze's wife, I guess.
Yeah, instead of I didn't really pick up on that. Instead of it was Barbara Gordon, then it was Alfred in Batman and Robin. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
And then if you go by Batman and Robin continuity, well, of course they'll have the same blood because she's Alfred's niece, I guess. That's
Oh my god.
yeah, I didn't even think of that. I guess because we didn't watch these side to side. There was a bit of a gap there. But yeah, both Mr. Freeze plots kind of involve a member of the Bat family having the same blood type as Nora Freeze. Strange stuff.
To be fair, I think in Batman and Robin it was just he had the same disease as Freeze's wife.
Alright, fair enough. But still, it's still
But
kind of...
It's so, yeah. But no, like, so she gets kidnapped and she does it's fucking weird. She's doing a lot of just running away from the villains while they're just like, oh, we need her blood so that we can do blah, 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 blah. And they don't really expressly state why this is a bad thing, but they kidnap her, and I think they're going to steal her organs, but for a long time it's just like, oh, we need her blood.
I wonder if that's a censorship thing. Maybe it was her organs and they couldn't say that. I don't know. Because it's like a threat on her life. I mean, okay, so in real life, taking your blood, that's invasive and quite rude. But you survive. So
Yeah.
I guess it's... Yeah, I mean, they sort of imply that, no, this cannot happen for whatever reason. So I'm assuming maybe it's like organs and they just couldn't say that out loud. Maybe.
It's weird, but either way, there's this weird thing where she spends a lot of the movie like running around and then getting captured, and it's weird to me because it feels like it doesn't make her seem very capable.
Batgirl does not have a good one with this tier list.
No, and she's not very well represented in this movie. And then there's like, I guess, a decent sequence at the end where they're on like an oil rig or something, and it goes up in flames.
I mean, like Barbara Gordon in this, like, she isn't terrible. But the problem is, like, most of the movie she's out of costume and she's just been captured. She has moments of competency when she like almost manages to escape. Although she's stopped by some guy. It's not even like Mr. Freeze. She's outrunning some guy. He's not even like a crime boss. He's just some businessman who's in debt. I don't know why that character exists.
No, I don't know. This movie wasn't very good. It features a lot of bad CGI.
Oh yeah.
Like, I guess, I mean, it's animated, so it's like, how bad could it be? It's not trying to look realistic, but it's just very dated. It feels very out of place.
It's 1998. Like, you're not... Yeah, that always looks weird, even, like when anime and stuff tries it nowadays, it always sticks out a bit. 1998, no, it's distracting. It is not the time to even be attempting that. Especially on this budget. It doesn't look great. So I think what we concluded was it just felt like a long episode of the show. Like, really, it doesn't feel... the pacing is just kind of drags a bit. You don't really get any true action until the very end. I mean, there's like a few fights like when she gets kidnapped and things like that, but all the action happens on an oil rig at the very end, and it's not bad. But that's like really the only highlight of the whole movie.
Yeah, I don't even remember much other than what we've stated. Is just CGI, a weird kind of just not very well established plot.
It's not it's not specifically bad at all. He doesn't do anything wrong.
No.
I also want to mention that there's that businessman. He also has Mr. Freeze also has another friend who's like this little kid he found in the Arctic or something, or Antarctic. I get mixed up.
Right.
And he's just like, you see him at the start of the movie, and then he's just kind of, he doesn't really do much. Like the most he ever does is he helps Barbara escape. And of course, like, you know, being a movie, this is also when Batman and Robin happen to be showing up at the oil rig.
Yeah.
I don't know why that character's there. Like, there's no dynamic there. There's no like, oh, he helps Mr. Freeze get in touch with his humanity or something like that. He's just kind of there. It's very strange, a very strange character, and I also can't get over that businessman who really should have been like, I don't know. I really feel like it would have been a lot more interesting if they either had no one there, you know, and focus on his relationship with the kid, or maybe like a supervillain. But I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah. I remember he goes out because a random piece of the oil rig just falls in him.
Oh yeah, he dies.
He's taken out kind of randomly. It doesn't even really matter. But no, yeah, it was definitely just a prolonged episode of the show, and not a great one. Not a terrible one, but it's super forgettable.
If you want a
Absolutely.
good Mr. Freeze story, watch that original debut episode. I think that was the one that won an Emmy, I believe.
Oh, right. I don't think there's one shit.
So, that was very mediocre, so I think we stuck that in C.
We did.
Whereabouts?
Ugh.
Honestly, maybe at the end, just because like those
Yeah.
other two movies are flawed, but I've said this 1,000 times about games and stuff, but like I'd rather have something's bad than boring.
Yeah, absolutely. It's boring.
You can't put it in D because there's nothing specifically wrong with it. Like, it's well produced. I don't like hate it, but
Yeah.
I couldn't recommend it to anyone. I'll probably never see it again.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
So now we
So-
get to this one.
So,
Yes.
the Batman Beyond movie, which, again, I guess just for a little bit of context, I didn't watch this show at all growing up, but at one point, I believe you had recommended me actually check it out. I actually, or for some reason, I was just watching like the animated series, and then you mentioned like Batman Beyond's actually really good, and so I gave it a shot, and I was very surprised at how much I actually enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Even as like, damn, this is pretty neat.
Yeah. It's yeah. So it's funnily enough though, this was actually the show I watched most of Batman stuff. I mean, I'd seen the animated series and stuff, but this is the one I grew up with. I guess it's like around about the time it debuted and its target demographic and stuff. But yeah, I've got more memories of Batman Beyond than anything else, or as it was known here, Batman of the Future, which is you know how I like insist on using the name Mega Drive. I'm not going to do that with Batman of the Future because Batman of the Future is a fucking stupid name.
That is not nearly as catchy as
No.
Batman Beyond. That is
Also like Batman Beyond is the original name as well, so I'm not going to use some weird European name. Although that explains the premise if you were unsure. Maybe that's why they did it. Like Batman Beyond, what does that mean? It's Batman of the Future. Oh, I get it. Which sounds like a terrible idea. Like, I think I might be wrong here, the Warner Brothers execs went to like who's Tim, was just like, we need like a teen demographic or something, could you make one of a kid Batman? And they were like, that's a terrible idea.
I do believe I actually put off watching the show, or like didn't think about watching it because I honestly didn't think it sounded like a good idea.
No.
I was like, yeah, it's a kid Batman in the future. It's like, that sounds dumb. I'm not really interested in that. But no, it's pretty good.
They did this, like, they made it into this cyberpunk, like, Akira-esque neo-Gotham thing, and it's really cool. It's even as an adult, it's so cool, and it's really well done. It's set like, what, 40, 50 years, they're kind of vague about it in the future,
Yeah.
and Bruce Wayne is an old man, and honestly might be my favorite incarnation of Bruce Wayne as this cranky old man loner who now just, in his normal speaking voice, is now just his Batman voice, which is which is great. It's this right level of competency from the old Bruce Wayne where he can hold his own in a fight, but he's definitely not going out crime fighting anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, he's in his like what 80s. Like he's a lot older than he is in Dark Knight Returns. Like he's old.
I do love he sort of plays the Alfred role in a way.
Yeah.
As older Batman, which is fun. But yeah, I guess to talk about this movie,
so it's another tie-in with a TV show, and this one especially, I feel like there's a little bit of exposition in sort of the first act that kind of gives you a gist of who Terry McGinnis is as the new Batman. So you can probably get away with that, but I feel like this probably does rely a bit more on having seen the TV show. Because you watch Phantasm, and like I think most people know who Batman is, but not necessarily everyone knows who Terry McGinnis is.
Yeah.
So.
I don't even the plot synopsis. Like I don't even know if I want to go into it because I think it's so good, and I just think people should see it.
Oh, you mean you don't want to spoil it?
Yeah, kind of. But
well, I guess we don't have to get into specifics, but
there's we've done enough. We might as well.
So this is just to explain. There's this in Neo Gotham. There's a gang, like a street gang, not like a proper organized gang, but a street gang called the Jokers, who take their inspiration from the Joker, which honestly, with how popular that character is in real life, I could easily see happening. They're great, by the way, because usually, the street gangs are just kind of whatever. These ones are like heavily themed. They've got some good characters, but yeah, it's a gang of those, and they're stealing high-tech equipment. Which seems a little out of character for them, and then you find out that they're working for the actual Joker, and it's Mark Hamill's back.
Yeah, he's still around somehow. And then they go into a little bit of explaining, like, who he is, like, what his deal is.
They build him up a lot. They sort of in wrestling terms, they build him up quite a lot. The way people speak about him, the way Bruce suddenly goes like white as a sheet when he sees him for the first time. There's a lot of menace. The Joker's reputation is handled extremely well in this movie.
Yeah. I didn't really like parse it as much, but the way they explained like what happens to Robin also like does a lot to explain Joker, like why Joker is such a big threat.
Yeah.
Like when there's like a general theme going on through the movie of Bruce being afraid of losing another partner because it's kind of like it's kind of a Red Hood thing, but like Robin doesn't die, but something very horrible happens to him.
Yeah.
And it's a really, really good bit of backstory that leads into like Robin just quits there, and Bruce is like really torn up about letting it happen. And
explains a lot about Bruce Wayne as a character.
Yeah, like, and he does the thing where he doesn't explain what his feelings are. He just says like, you're not being Batman anymore. Fuck you. Get out of here, kid.
Yeah.
He's like,
stupid kid.
Yeah. And like
we get our that's all explained in a flashback about halfway through the movie, and it's interesting because that goes from Batman Beyond into the New Adventures of Batman. Although thankfully they didn't keep that Joker design. They made a new one for this movie. Thank God, because that New Adventures design is no good, and I could not take this seriously if they use that design. Yeah, they go from that to Batman the Animated Series. I think this is our only Harley Quinn appearance, if I'm not mistaken. Surprisingly,
yes.
Yeah.
The only time she shows up, which
feels so very. Yeah, because nowadays you can't make anything without. She's almost more popular than the Joker. You've got to put her in everything. ever since they did like the Suicide Squad. No, sorry, not the Suicide Squad, just Suicide Squad with Margot Robbie, and then ever since then they've just shoehorned her in everything.
Yeah.
She's probably before then, but I feel like that was the kicking off point. But yeah, it's her only appearance in this, and it's by original voice actress Arlene Sorkin. She's not in it much, but yeah, it's like good Harley Quinn. It's like classic Harley Quinn.
Yeah, no, it's God, how much more do we explain?
I like the henchmen. They're all very.
Yeah.
They're all pretty, not very, but they're all pretty distinct. You've got Michael Rosenbaum doing a Christopher Walken impression for Ghoul. That's pretty weird. That's like sort of a, I don't know, was that Batman Returns? I don't know. Kind of weird. And you got like Dee Dee, voiced by Sabrina the Teenage Witch, who are like twins. I like it when they get the twins and they're referred to as one name, like the one entity. That's always kind of a weird gimmick, but I kind of like the way it's done. And then at the end they're heavily implied to be Harley Quinn's granddaughters, which is... I guess she did go through the joys of childbirth after all. And there's the Bonk who gets killed off.
Oh yeah, that one.
That's a good scene. Like,
yeah.
Again, this is one of the best handlings of the Joker, in just making him seem like a big threat. He's still like kind of funny, but this is, I'd say outside of Heath Ledger, this is probably the most intimidating the Joker has ever been in our list at least.
Absolutely.
Which is kind of wild considering it's like a kids show. I mean, even more so than like Jack Nicholson.
Yeah, I mean, they also had to censor a fair bit of this movie, as you were telling me.
Yeah, so there's 2 cuts of this movie, and it's not like, oh, there's a few differences. No, there's a lot of differences, like a lot.
Yeah, we should probably mention Joker supposedly dies in the flashback. In the original, Robin kills him, like just shoots him, I think.
Yeah, he shoots him purposefully. I mean, he's sort of struggling 'cause he's been kind of brainwashed in a way, so he's like sort of fighting it. It's not really his fault, but yeah, he shoots him.
Yeah, he shoots him, and then the recut is like, it doesn't look bad. Like I saw, you showed it to me. It's like animated really well and everything, but
yeah,
he like electrocutes himself by accident.
He kind of pushes him clumsily in a mad panic. It's kind of horrific in its own way. I mean, it looks more painful for the Joker, but I think him having to like shoot the Joker is kind of a bit more impactful than him accidentally just kind of clumsily pushing him away. You know, like the fact that he pulled the trigger literally.
It doesn't even show. It just shows him like hitting the switch, and then there's just like, you hear the audio of it, but you don't actually see him getting electrocuted. So it's easier to have that, I guess. There's also the henchman, or the one one of the Jokers, I guess.
Jokesters.
Him getting shot also got turned into like laughing gas or whatever.
And he's definitely not dead. They animated him moving, so you can tell he's definitely not dead.
Right, yeah.
And there are loads and loads of little lines that are changed here. It's like he doesn't say putzes, he says yutzes. I don't know what the difference is.
What the fuck?
Just weird things. Lots of like little cuts. There's like a fight with Dee Dee, the twins, at the start, and in the edited version, like the half of it is cut out of Terry just getting his ass beat. Blood as well. I'm pretty sure they edit quite a bit of blood out as well. This is quite a for the animated tie-in. This is pretty dark in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
The flashback with Bob is probably the most infamous scene in the whole thing. Which is funny because it's not even, it's a flashback. It's not even Terry McGinnis, but yeah. I also put he's the voice actor for Batman here because it's not Bruce Wayne. That's probably the biggest difference on our list, is the fact that it's not Bruce Wayne. I mean, he's there, but he's so I was always like, do I put this in? I'm like, hell yeah, I'm watching this again. So
hell yeah. No, because I had seen it before too, but no, I remember liking it a lot, and it definitely holds up. It is super good. So
To the point where we put that at the very top, and
we did. We put
yeah,
it in S.
there's like no significant complaints there. It is exceptionally good. It is one of the best. It's kind of wild that the Batman Beyond movie is that good, but it really is.
Absolutely.
You've got like the character-driven stuff. I can't emphasize the backstory, so the flashback, because it explains so much about all these characters, how they react to the Joker, the fact that in the show itself, Bruce is really reluctant to let some kid steal his suits, and it's not just a matter of pride. It's also like, no, I'm not getting another kid into this ever again.
Yeah. There's a lot of themes that tie together really nicely.
It's well produced as well. It looks amazing. Like it's got it's in HD nowadays, and it looks great.
Definitely. All right.
So then we get this. Then we get Mystery of the Batwoman. So this is strange because when I was kind of going back in time chronologically, but also this is your sort of token kind of movie tie-in for the New Adventures of Batman, which is kind of weird because that predates Batman Beyond, but the movie came like 3 years after the Beyond movie. It's weird, but anyway, we finally got a New Adventures of Batman movie while Justice League is, been out for a couple of years.
Right.
I don't get these animated movie productions.
This is the same director?
Apparently so, yeah. And there's a lot of moving parts involved in these. It's a collaborative effort, so that might not mean too much.
Of course. Yeah. But oh man, this is a movie where there's Batwoman, who is not Batgirl.
Oh.
It is.
Batgirl is in this very briefly.
Oh yeah, Barbara does make a brief appearance, which is why she's tagged, but she's not as Batgirl. But hey, fuck 'em. So it's like the Phantasm thing again, where there's like a vigilante going around but doing things that Batman doesn't like, but without the interesting sort of backstory to it. It's just like these three women basically show up in three different places.
Spoilers! People might want to watch this movie.
Yeah. If you don't want to know the mystery of the Batwoman. Spoilers! It's fucking stupid.
It's three women. The true mystery is that it's a mystery of the Batwomen.
Yeah, so they try to play this thing where it's like, oh, which of these three is it? And it's so weird because Batman Bruce Wayne, again just goes on a date with one of them and is like super into one of them, despite it not making any sense.
So there's three of them. So there's one that's like, I think she works for Wayne Tech, and she's like a kind of a klutzy inventor, I guess. She's the blonde. And then there's
the kind of character from Batman Returns, basically.
Yeah. And then there's the daughter of the mob boss, and she's the one who's like the love interest for Bruce.
Yeah.
And then the third one is just like this cop who gets the least screen time. But one thing, so I'd seen this before, but it'd been so long and so forgettable that I might as well have been watching it for the first time. But I remembered the twist. I think one thing I mentioned to you while we were watching was just like, notice how all three of those women have the exact same body type. I mean, granted, like they're sort of red herrings. I didn't mention Batman Beyond. There's a red herring character who's also voiced by Mark Hamill, and they use the Joker's model sheet to make this guy Jordan Price. I don't remember that name. So he exists solely to be a red herring about the Joker's true identity. In this one, you've got three red herrings, but obviously because she's in like a tight-fitting costume, they've got them all have the exact same body. I just thought that was kind of funny.
I do remember it just sitting there being like, oh, who is it? Is it this one? Is it this one? And then I remember it didn't take too long for I was like, oh, it's all three of them, isn't it?
Yeah.
just they're just changing costumes and
It doesn't make a lot of sense because, you know, I'd get it if they were like helping each other, but there's some, you know, like, I get the cop can probably fight maybe like the mob boss, and then they do the same thing they did in Batman and Robin with Batgirl. It's just, I think they sort of clumsy inventor girl. Oh, by the way, I had no idea what these characters' names are. I cannot remember. I remember Jordan Fries, but not the. It's just like, oh, she throws Bruce or something. It's just like, oh yeah, self-defense. I'm like, yeah, that'll explain it. You can be Batgirl or Batwoman as long as you've had some self-defense training. Like, that's good enough for me. So it's kind of weird that they all also can fill in on sort of the physical level as well. Like, they're all capable fighters. Like, I kind of get it if like the inventor one was kind of inventing in the background, being the sort of oracle or something, but yeah, it just doesn't really hold up to scrutiny. This definitely feels like a kids movie, more so than the other three.
I don't even remember what their connection was. Like, they knew each other, but I don't remember there being anything that actually made them link together. That was just sort of like
there was
the
some
reveal
throwaway
like,
scene.
oh, there's...
He's like, oh, they know each other. I can't even remember how. Like a college or something. I don't know.
I don't remember anything. I don't remember. Okay, so Penguin was in it. Oh, and Bane was in it. That's right. Those were like the villain characters.
Yeah, because Batwoman's like, you can sort of call Phantasm. It's just very. I guess it's kind of similar to Phantasm. You can sort of call the Phantasm like a threat and sort of comes across as an antagonist. You know, like just looks like a villain. But Batwoman is just like, oh, you're a rogue vigilante and you're using our, you know, using the Batman symbol. Some reason I can't. What the hell was the objective anyway? I actually can't remember. What was she doing?
They wanted to get revenge on somebody. Yeah, they want to get revenge on somebody. Why they used the Batman theming, I don't know. I think just because that was the known thing.
Yeah. Definitely doesn't seem as big of a threat as Phantasm. The way they just handle it, I mean, it's basically the same thing. She's just Batwoman in this. I think she like fires a rocket launcher at some mobsters, and Batman's like, "Hey, no, don't do that." Whereas like Phantasm was like actually killing people and was actually being intimidating, and Batman was also being blamed for the killings. So obviously you can't let that just go.
Yeah.
Batwoman's just kind of there, and he's like, "Oh, I wonder who that is." This movie feels like a side quest. It feels like a side quest. This whole movie.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no real intrigue with who the character is. Like finding out it was all three of them, I was just like, "Oh, that's dumb." It didn't strike me as interesting at all.
I think they probably came up with that first. They probably like, "Oh, let's make a movie where the red herring is. It's actually all three of them," and then they wrote a script based on that premise.
All I remember about this movie is that there was that dumb twist. Bruce Wayne's weird ass relationship with one of the girls, and that scene where Batman like breaks into the mob boss's fucking building, and then the boss is like, "Get out of here," and he's like, "All right," and he turns and leaves. And I don't remember if that scene had any sort of purpose, because it felt like it was completely random.
Kevin Michael Richardson just says, "Hey, can you leave?" And he just does. He just asks Batman to leave, and he leaves. Like, that's hilarious. It's so weird.
Like, why the fuck did it happen?
I don't know.
I just don't.
I guess Batman can't like do anything if he hasn't like technically broken the law or something. He's just like, "Oh, this is awkward," and he just walks off because he was like following his daughter. What a weird scene. There's also like the comical scene of the henchman just seeing Batman and just being like, "Nope," and just walking off. That's a good scene. But I think the one with Kevin Michael Richardson is funnier. if unintentionally so. He just asks him to leave and he leaves. He's like an S tier supervillain if he can do that. Has anyone ever actually tried talking to the Batman?
That's my movie. It's dumb. It's filled with dumb scenes, and
it feels like a kids movie. just feels
Yeah.
kind of dumb. It's not. Again, it's another one that's. I think my biggest reference for this is Subzero, and that it just kind of feels like a long episode, really, and
Yeah,
not a particularly
absolutely.
good one.
I think I realized why the twist is so stupid is because basically every single time that they say, like, they do something where it's like Batwoman did this, like the lady who used the that weird like metallic shit that like bound the penguin up. And it's
Oh,
like, oh,
right.
that's the creation of that one lady. And then it's like, oh, so whenever it became all three of them, all of those things were true. It's like, oh, is it this one? It's like, yes, that was her.
Right.
That was. It just made everything that was a hint true about all of them.
Yeah.
Instead of it being misleading, there was nothing misleading about it. Is
Oh.
you just sort of expected to be one person, but technically it was just like, yeah, that was her. It's like, why does she do self-defense? Because she's Batwoman. It's like, why does she use that? Because she's Batwoman. They all are.
Yeah.
It's God.
So.
We
Yeah.
ranked this C, and I'm not sure if I want to bump it into D or not because I do kind of dislike this one. I don't know if I dislike it that much, but
Yeah. I'll definitely never watch it again. It's just kind of dumb and nothing really seems of consequence, and I don't really care about the plot.
yeah,
It feels very
at the very
disposable.
least- at the very least, it's got to go at the bottom of C.
Put it there
because-
for now, and then we'll remind ourselves just what else is in D and see if it's that bad. But
Yeah,
yeah, it wasn't great. I would say it's
No.
worse than Subzero as well. It felt a lot more kiddie of the four
yeah,
tie-in movies. Definitely the one that felt the most like it was for kids. It's definitely the one that feels like what you'd expect of a direct-to-video movie based on essentially a kid's show.
yeah.
Unlike the other three. I mean, Sub-Zero wasn't great either, but it felt a bit more mature and it felt less stupid. So
I remember having some like decent action choreography, stuff like that. Like
Yeah.
the very much that wouldn't save it, but at the very least made it feel like a complete film. Like I don't remember this Batman movie having anything like that.
no,
I remember having a music video segment, which was fucking weird.
yeah, it was.
And nah,
Never
Just-
again.
don't remember much else. That's why it's down there.
Right, so we're now gonna get into probably the most famous movie, citation needed. We're gonna get into the Christopher Nolan trilogy, so this is kind of a big deal. And we
Yeah.
start with so Batman and Robin, going back into the live action chronology. Batman and Robin was so fucking bad it killed the franchise for what 8 years, which considering it's
Yeah.
Batman, is probably like the biggest gap we've ever had. I might be wrong there because this is the rising to 2022, but still killed the franchise. So they brought it back and they're like, okay, let's not do that again. Let's not. So we tried campy. Everyone hated that, and also maybe avoid like being too fucking weird and horror-like. So they got Christopher Nolan in, who I don't think what he did before this. I know he did Memento, which is like my favorite movie of all time. Yeah, they got Christopher Nolan in, and he did a realistic take on the character, which was kind of refreshing. And I think this is also around about the time where reboots, the concept of reboots, was getting popular. Because I remember this around about the time of James Bond Casino Royale, which also made a point of being like, we're just gonna forget about those other movies, like they never happened. This is a clean slate. It seems obvious to us now, especially with DC, who seem to be like rebooting and soft rebooting every other movie, and I have no idea what ties into what anymore. But this one is an early example of, just to the audience, forget about those other ones. This is brand new, and it's obviously fitting that we start with Batman Begins, which is I think it's like the only one that kind of focuses on his origin. I mean, it's there in the title.
Yeah. It plays a lot into the Ra's al Ghul stuff, like the League of Shadows, as it were.
Mm.
Just a lot of his training, I guess. The ninja stuff.
Yeah, this is
Basically.
the first live-action one to focus on his actual training.
It spends a lot of the movie there as well, because this is known as like the Scarecrow movie, but
No.
he is barely in it,
Yeah.
which is funny because he, spoiler, shows up in all 3 of the movies. But no, this is a Ra's al Ghul movie.
Yeah, people forget that. I mean, even I'm like looking at the person, I'm like, oh yeah, the Scarecrow one. It's like, no, it's not the Scarecrow. It's not the main villain, but he's the one who's wearing a mask and a kind of a silly costume, somewhat. I mean, it's all a grounded Nolan verse, but no, it's Liam Neeson's the main villain.
Yeah.
They're both right. Both Irish actors. I just picked up on that. Yeah. So this one, obviously, we're gonna get the Batman origin, like the parents getting shot, which is fine. It's understandable. We're setting this up again. It's one of the few times where I'm like, yeah, no, that makes sense. But yeah, it dwells on his training, and when I saw this movie, I was like, yeah, I guess Batman is a ninja, isn't he? Like, more or less, like the way he, like Shinobi, he's sort of using stealth and stuff, and throwing shurikens. Kinda.
He has his own like ninja stars and the bat symbol that's really sharp.
Yeah, I don't know how realistic that is, but whatever. Yeah.
No, bats can fly. It's realistic.
Okay, sure.
They have wings, obviously.
And this is kind of just a big kind of mob crime boss story until, again, spoilers. Reish is apparently killed off. We don't even know he's Reish. We think it's the Japanese actor, but it's actually Liam Neeson's actually the true Ra's al Ghul. The other guy was a decoy.
Yeah.
Bad, I blanked on the actor's name, but mind. And then, yeah. So in the last act, Reish is the main bad guy, and Scarecrow's around, but like, not really. It's more about the mob, really.
He barely does anything.
He has some good scenes. I like his design.
Yeah.
I like the interpretation of the fear toxin, and I think the way he has that sort of. So the thing about Scarecrow is, might as well talk about him now. He's kind of he can either be like kind of goofy or incredibly intimidating. Some of his early designs, especially like in Batman the Animated Series, just look stupid, like just straight up. I mean, that's a great show, but he had 2 designs in that. He had like a guy with a bag over his head, and I don't know how his neck would fit into it, just very off model and weird. And then they did one that's like less stupid, where he had a bit of a better face, but he was still just kind of lame. It's not scary. Then they did New Adventures of Batman, and that's like the only interpretation of Scarecrow that actually definitely improved over what came before, because he was voiced by I'm gonna edit this out.
Jeffrey Combs?
Jeffrey Combs, thank you for stepping in there. The reanimator. And he looked like a corpse that had been cut down. He had like a noose around his neck. Just looked fucking awesome. Only one voice appearance. So yeah, they came up with this amazing design with a great voice actor, and they put him in one episode where he actually speaks. So whoops. So yeah, well, my point is though, like Scarecrow can be hard to get right, and I think this design is really cool.
Oh, yeah.
But there's this reoccurring thing with Scarecrow where he just seems to be misused. Like he actually feels more appropriate as Batman's main villain than Joker in a lot of ways. Like they both use fear. Like he kind of feels like the other side of that coin. It's a good contrast. And most like Batman media, he doesn't really show up much. I'm reminded of like Arkham Knight, where he's kind of set up to be the main villain. It's like not really. Like Joker, as usual, takes the stage, and he's dead. So yeah. And here as well, like Scarecrow, I think his design is good. I think Cillian Murphy does a good performance, but he doesn't do a whole lot, and the way he's dispatched is absolutely just embarrassing.
Yeah.
He is dispatched by the Bruce Wayne's love interest being zapped with a taser, and then he just kind of slumps over on a horse, and we never see him again until the Dark Knight. Oops. Just what?
Fucking weird. But no, like it's a really good Scarecrow, but just not enough of him.
Yeah, it's not used well. The bit where he's in Arkham, and he just breaks the crime boss's mind. I can't remember his name because there's so many crime bosses across all these movies. It's like Maroni.
Yes, Maroni Falcone. Yeah.
But he breaks his mind. It's absolutely hilarious. It's just like, he's going for the insanity play. He's like, oh yeah, I'm pretending, and it's just like, and it actually makes him go insane. Like, that's great. Oh, doctor, help me, and then he's actually like, ah! It's great. It's a great.
I do really
scene.
like the hallucinations that the characters see as well. There's some really nice looking stuff there. Like, it's just instantaneously, like, they hit with the gas and suddenly, like, the Joker's got like maggots falling out of the mask and shit like that.
Joker?
Or Scarecrow.
Yeah.
So much Joker.
Too much Joker.
Too much Joker on my brains.
Yeah. So we talk about Christian Bale. Who?
Do we have to?
Well, yeah, we do. Because he's kind of important. I'm sorry, we can't. I'm just gonna skip any scenes with Christian Bale in. No, he's all right. He's fine. He's a good Bruce Wayne. I like him as the Playboy. When he's like, so he's very good at these scenes. Him and the screenwriter. A lot of scenes of Bruce Wayne kind of deflecting his secret identity by just being an idiot, and I like those scenes a lot. They show up in not so much Rises, but definitely these first two. I think he's good at that. He's a good Bruce Wayne. He's good at delivering the heavy dialogue, but that Batman voice is, yeah.
I have to remind myself that he was directed to do that. Like, the director at no point ever said, "Hey, this is dumb. Stop doing that."
And then he was like, "Hey, Tom Hardy, can you do a silly voice?" It's like, what? Can you just make up an accent? Like, what? Just say, would you talk like this? Like, okay, sure thing, Chris. Yeah, so the Batman voice is silly. I think it's what really irks me is when he's using the voice when he shouldn't even need to. He's talking to Lucius in The Dark Knight, and he's still talking like this. It's like, dude, I know who you are. Stop it. Yeah, it's silly. You kind of, I guess you get used to it, but it doesn't make it any less stupid.
It's distracting when it happens. It's just like.
Sounds like a kid trying to talk like a grown-up.
Yeah, he sounds like he's trying to sound really intimidating. Instead of masking his voice, he's like, "I'm scary. Be scared of me. I'm growly."
It feels like he's talking like they're inflicted with the fear toxin. Like, I expect that voice from like Demon Batman. Like, when he's got like that whole like black face, and he's like dripping ooze out of his mouth. But then, not in all the other scenes. Very, very strange choice that kind of just like a bit of a kind of drags the whole trilogy down just a little bit, which is a shame. But I think he's a good Batman. Other than that, I just don't know why he was told to do that silly voice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Almost like I was wondering if like Christopher Nolan's too nice. It's like, oh yeah, Christian, that's a great Batman voice. Yes, of course. Like, I heard they were very relaxed on the set. So yeah, given like the seriousness of these movies, like apparently they're quite relaxed on set, quite liberal. So
sure. I'm trying to decide, like, I'm trying to remember how I felt about this movie. I remember this one being a little more of the not leaving much of an impression side of things. I think mostly because of the plot of like the enemy plot. Like, Ra's al Ghul's just like, he's got a machine that'll vaporize water.
As we mentioned, yes.
Yeah. And that'll cause all of the toxins that are not
Oh yeah, I mean that's one half of it. The other half was they put
Yeah.
in the Scarecrow's fear gas into. By the way, Scarecrow didn't even make his own fear gas. Like he was just given to it. He was just given it by Ra's al Ghul from the flowers on the mountains. So yeah, this version of the Scarecrow doesn't even make the fear gas. So you know, again another knock against him.
There's not even like any sort of explanation of who Scarecrow is now that I think about it. He isn't.
So,
There's no like explanation for why he does what he does, or what his motivations are, other than that he's just working for Ra's, I think.
yeah, he works at Arkham, and yeah, he's in, and he works above, you know, because you think, oh, he's working for the crime bosses, but he's like one step above of that. He's working for a higher power, basically. Which I guess is kind of, yeah, I guess that is a twist. I mean, you know, because I've seen the movie before, I kind of forget about that, but it is kind of a twist to see Liam Neeson come back in the mansion. And he's the true villain. Because he wasn't set up as a villain at all. I mean, he's just, you know, his training didn't go very well. I don't want to kill. We're the League of Assassins. You know, you realize that, right? It's a League of Shadows. It's interpretive.
Yeah, so I guess in spite of everything that I do like about this movie, it didn't blow me away. It felt a little slow at times. It's good, but
it's not amazing.
Yeah, nothing about it made it great. But it was good.
Yeah, it's I think it's overshadowed by its sequel. It's the problem, the biggest problem.
Yeah.
But it's still entertaining. I actually can't remember where we put that initially.
We wrote down B.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Now it's a weird comparison. Two sort of first Batman movies in a series. Is that better or worse than the Burton movie? They're so different though. They scratch different itches.
They do. God, it's hard for me to rate this movie because of what I feel about its sequel. Like, this one doesn't.
You know what?
Amaze me, but.
You know what? I think I'll say the '89 movie is a bit better because of what you just mentioned. Because if you like the sort of realistic Batman, and you like this continuity, you like the Nolan Batman, the Dark Knight is just better, and you can easily watch that in bubble. Whereas the '89 movie, that's the best of those four movies. So I will give the slight edge to '89, I guess.
Sure. Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, absolutely. It is. The '89 movie feels more like a complete package, whereas Begins feels like it's kind of like it's fine, but you're really just watching it so that you can get to the better one that comes after.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose when you're reviewing movies, you should just put them all in a bubble. But you know, realistically, The Dark Knight exists, and it is definitely better. So
yeah,
but it's still a B movie. It's still decent.
Absolutely.
So you think, oh great, we're going to talk about The Dark Knight next. No, we've got a little animated detour where we talk about Batman Gotham Knight, which is have you ever heard of the Animatrix? Well, Warner Brothers. So the Animatrix was when they did the Matrix Reloaded and the Matrix Revolutions. I don't remember. That's all RE. Warner Brothers thought it'd be kind of cute to do a series of animated shorts set in the Matrix universe, and it was very popular. It was arguably better than the actual Matrix movies they released. I think they're all Japanese. That's definitely the case here.
Yes.
But yeah, the Animatrix were all these quite divergent animation styles, definitely more divergent than Gotham Knight. There was like a CGI one which was like the studio behind Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within, which is that weird uncanny Valley CGI movie that has barely anything to do with Final Fantasy. if you remember that, if anyone remembers that. So yeah, it did a series of shorts, and I think that went down quite well because at the time there was only one Matrix movie, so it was kind of fun to see just literally anything else set in this world, especially just prior to the sequels coming out. And also it was like very Japanese, and that made a lot of sense as well because the Matrix, I mean, American made, but it's very Japanese. It's a very Japanese franchise, like heavy. Just from the first movie alone, you can see all the heavy anime influences in it. And also just like just Asian in general, like gung fu and things like that. So that made sense. They tried the same thing for the release of The Dark Knight, and it's just not the same. So I think, first of all, the problem is, so it's a series of shorts, they're all, you see the directors list there, there's a lot of different directors, to be honest with you, I haven't heard of any of them. I think the difference here is, first of all, it's Batman, and I don't know if you've heard, there's been quite a few animated Batmen, like there's quite a lot of animated Batman movies and shows. So seeing Batman in animation is not that much of a novelty. Seeing The Matrix in animation, that's a novelty. Batman, no, not at all. I suppose like seeing it specifically anime is unique, but unlike The Matrix, like Batman doesn't really lend himself to anime like The Matrix does. Batman, no, not really. I mean, it's fun to see like anime interpretations of Western media for sure, but it doesn't. But it's like a gimmick,
Yeah, Kevin Conroy's Batman voice coming out of this anime-ass kid that they interpreted Bruce Wayne as are just super cringe.
Kevin Conroy is not he's great, he's completely miscast in this. Not only should we not have had Kevin Conroy, and I feel weird saying that, but we should not have had Kevin Conroy. I think each short should have had a different Batman voice. I don't know if they did that for budgetary reasons or just convenience or just for the marketing of saying Kevin Conroy is back. This is 2008, so it's kind of I forget like the release of some of these movies, but I think there was a bit of a lull with him being Batman. I remember, Arkham Asylum was around about the same time, and him being Batman, that was also kind of a gimmick. Not a gimmick, but like it was not a gimmick, a selling point.
It's important.
Yeah, but Kevin's voice coming out of these very anime characters. So each short is like animated differently as well. So there's actually several Batman designs, and none of them seem to match Kevin's sort of deep voice.
Yeah.
And the one you mentioned, there's this one where he looks like a 12-year-old boy, and then to hear his voice coming out is absolutely jarring and does not work at all. In terms of this is. The marketing says this is set between Batman Begins and The Dark Knight, hence why we're reviewing it now. It doesn't really feel like it. Like, there's nothing contradictory here. Like, there's no reason to suggest it isn't. I remember they're using like Scarecrow's fear gas that comes up. Fights Killer Croc. That's weird. That's a weird character to put in the Nolan verse.
I've got a challenge for you. Try to remember things that happened in this. Like, what I remember is the first one was like that one episode of the animated series where the bunch of kids are telling different Batman stories, but it's all about the same event, but just told in different ways. And they have a little bit of fun with that, where like I think at one point Batman is just like a ghoul or something. Like they're all telling it in different ways, and it's kind of fun, but it is also confusing because it's like a series of vignettes within a vignette.
Oh yeah.
So it's like, it's just like, wait,
they should have used that as a framing device for the whole thing. Like each short should have been one of their stories, but no, you're right. It's just one vignette within a vignette.
And that's the very first one, so it's just like you're like, is this what the entire thing's gonna be? And it's like, what are we going on here? But I remember that one was actually like decent. Like that was a pretty okay way to start it out, even if the villain was just Jetpack Guy.
Who apparently is not Firefly.
Yeah, it's just some guy with a jetpack.
Here's a challenge. Let's try and remember all the shorts.
Yeah, I remember there was one where he did like the training, where he went to some like Middle Eastern country and something. There was like a lady. There was one where Killer Croc was there.
You didn't mention the best part of that story. Where he learns how to get hit in the head with a plank.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was
so
the
I
highlight of
remember
the
that.
whole movie.
I don't remember.
Someone hits him in the head with a wooden plank, and he doesn't try and block it at all. It's great. S tier. Sorry, carry on. Yeah, it's a spear toxin. Sewers.
Yeah. See, you remember more of this than I do. I just remember the last one had like Deadshot in it or something.
So I think the other two were like, yeah, it's the one with this in the sewers where he fights Killer Croc. And it's like it had like the fear gas, and then there's another one where this is the one where he looks like a 12-year-old boy. I think Lucius makes a device that can deflect bullets. It's basically that gizmo from Metal Gear Solid 2, I guess. But one of the bullets gets deflected and hits someone, and he's like, I can't use this anymore, even though that seems OP as all hell. But
Right. Yeah.
I'm sure there was one in the middle I was missing where he was like, oh no, it's when he was collected a load of guns. That was the end of the Middle Eastern story because he was in a dumpster or something, a sewer.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, the Deadshot one is like the only good one.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I like the first one. I like it bookends with ones that I think are actually worth seeing, or at least are interesting.
Yeah.
Everything in the middle was just fucking, just a blur to me. I don't remember shit about it. I don't.
Yeah.
And I don't care.
It's forgettable. The Deadshot one's interesting because we've got a thing here for non-Batman DC characters. I'm like, oh cool, Deadshot, and we looked at, and then I thought, let me just double check that. It's like, no, he originated in Batman. He's apparently a Batman character, at least it was originally, so that didn't get a tick. Pretty interesting take on the Deadshot. Not like the best ever, but it's definitely a breath of fresh air in this movie, which felt very dull.
Yeah, it was like a fight scene on a moving train. I remember it was a pretty good bit, but it was after I completely checked out because I'll be honest, I think half the reason I don't remember anything is because at some point I just stopped watching it or stopped paying that much attention to it.
It was
I got so bored.
It's really
so
boring.
fucking bored. I was gonna say, there's a reason. I'm assuming if you're watching this, there's a reason that you haven't heard of this because it's super fucking boring.
Yeah, I mean, I'd never seen it. I knew of it. That was, I've been following these releases for a while. I knew of it, but I'd never got around to seeing it, and from what I heard, it wasn't really worth the time. And having watched it, yeah, that's definitely true. That was a waste of time.
I mean, considering the premise, it's like here's a bunch of short vignettes for like Japanese lead. Like you'd think that would be at least interesting, but it's just a lot of.
It just made it worse. Honestly, I'd rather have a good like normal kind of American production. I just don't think it did it any favor. I'm not against it being anime, but I don't think it added to it at all. In fact, like all the inconsistency of the designs, like I feel like they weren't different enough from one another to make it substantial. Like the Animatrix were, from what I remember, the shorts were all pretty damn different. There was one that was just the history of the Matrix universe, which was great because that's probably the most popular one because we'd never had like the history of the Matrix just spelled out like that. And it was like sort of like a documentary told by an AI or something. But this one just they didn't feel very distinct in either the narrative framing, the art styles. I mean, Batman's design changed quite a lot, but not enough to make it. I think it's the fact that Kevin Conroy's voicing it all the time is just kind of like, well, this is one continuity, but it's so different and it's distracting. It's like different enough to be distracting, but not different enough to be interesting. That's another thing as well. You've suddenly got, this is the marketing. I don't even know how true this is, but this is apparently in the Nolanverse, but you're going from the Christian Bale to to Kevin Conroy. That's also weird as well. Like I cannot, if it is supposed to be the same character, like that same version of Batman, it just doesn't work for me because they sound way too different.
I just think everything that could be interesting about this premise wasn't. Like, none of the stories were that interesting. None of the designs were interesting. The was told, I don't know.
It was boring.
Just nothing about it stood out, and it didn't actually have almost anything to do with the movies. Like, it doesn't establish anything that I don't even think any of it was canon.
Well,
like,
no.
It didn't matter.
No, it really didn't.
It wasn't like, the Matrix one would like so explain things about the Matrix history. With this one, no, like none of this stuff is even true, much less did it have anything to do with the fucking movies. It has some similar characters, but
I'm pretty sure the Animatrix tied into that crappy Game Boy Shiny Enter the Matrix as well, so you can even get something out of that.
Yeah, no, this is just nothing.
Yeah, so I think we put this in D.
We did, yes.
Like, not explicitly. It's one of those things that crosses the threshold. It's so boring. It's like, even if you can't like pick out any individual things that are wrong with it, it's just like, no, don't watch this. It's lame. It's not even entertainingly bad. It's just crap.
Yeah.
I would say that's worse than Batman and Robin.
I would say it's better only because like it's not incompetent, and there are still at least 2 bits that I liked enough.
Fair enough.
But like, yeah, Batman has the
don't watch either of them.
Yeah, don't watch either. Yeah, just save yourself trouble. Don't watch it. If
No,
you have
you're
to
right.
watch anything, if you have to watch anything, maybe just like that first short and the Deadshot one. Those are the only 2 that I remember and kind of recommend, but not enough to recommend the whole thing at all.
Watch the
Not
scene
even
with
enough
Bruce
to
Wayne getting hit in the head with a plank.
I don't even know if
I just find that so memorable because, like, the training to show off his intolerance to pain, but like apparently that just means don't defend yourself, get concussed. I just find that funny that was his lesson, or how they chose to show off his teachings. It's just don't block someone swinging a plank in your head. Just weird. Just one. It was a really boring movie. Alright, I need to take anything I got. That was the bit that was just suddenly like paying attention. So
if that's the best thing that it's got, then yeah, you're in for something
you're kind of
rough.
screwed. Yeah. Right. So next movie. So then what the hell is this one?
This is. They didn't have the confidence to put Batman's name in the title. That's how bad this movie was.
Yeah, because usually, like, when you do a mainstream, like, Batman movie, you put Batman in the title, like, there in central, and it's just like, oh shit, like, this is real bad. But this is like a spin-off, I guess, because they didn't put Batman's name in it.
Yeah, and like, we already have the Dark Knight Returns, like, and those have nothing to do with each other. That's crazy.
That's gonna confuse audiences. The audiences are going to go in there and they're going to expect Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns. And they're like, where's Two-Face?
I'm not going to lie, though. If this movie actually ended up not being good, that actually might have been confusing for people.
Maybe. But they put a lot of... Alright, speaking seriously now. They put a lot of marketing into this. You could not avoid the marketing for The Dark Knight, so...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so The Dark Knight, being serious though, holy shit. This is like the only time I can recall where a movie was like heavily hyped, heavily marketed, and it actually lived up to it. It wasn't just bluster, like everything they said was, yeah, it's amazing. It's so good.
It's so good. I don't even know if we need to do the plot synopsis of this one. If you haven't seen it, go see it. It's amazing. It does. You've got Joker, and Heath Ledger's Joker is a meme.
The guy from A Knight's Tale.
How unique it is, and how many good lines it has. Like, this movie has so many really good lines, but they're not like one-liners. They're really good bits of dialogue. It's also it's really snappy. It doesn't ever slow down, but it's never overwhelming either. It's just constantly moving at a steady pace.
Pacing is I think it's like the absolute. If I was trying to think of a movie with quote good pacing, I can't think of a better example. Like the pacing is perfect.
Absolutely. It's constantly like giving you new information, and all of it is important and ties into to stuff if it's not just outright entertaining because of the nice little banter that everyone's got with each other. It's
The dialogue is just this perfect combination of being realistic, but also like it does feel cinematic. Like, you know, you get Alfred's speeches and things like that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel unearned. Like it fits in the world. Like, you know, you get Harvey Dent talking about either, you know, die a hero or let yourself live long enough to become the villain, if I can get that out. But he's a politician, so it kind of makes sense he would have something. He could say something like that, you know. He's not to be slept on either. Aaron Eckhart's like Two-Face is really damn good as well. Although he only gets the Two-Face persona in the final act.
Yeah.
I mean, spoilers, but come on, just seen this movie.
You should have. It's not the perfect movie because
No.
some of the Alfred speeches kind of feel a little preachy at times.
Yeah, like he has a story for all of, like, you know, I've got a story for this.
Yeah. Of course, it still have Christian Bale's Batman voice, which, oh my god. But other than that, like, it's minor nitpicks for what is just a really solid movie, just from beginning to end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so the general premise is it's not really about. Well, I mean, it is about the Joker. So basically, the mob. Batman's been Batman for a few years, months.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. So like, you know, crime's down, and the criminals have to step it up. I mean, I guess the theme is besides chaos is also escalation. We didn't mention that in Batman Begins they do a teaser with the Joker where they have the playing card. So they tease that, a bit of marketing, but at least that paid off. Yeah, that's why Joker got a tick in Begins, even though he wasn't there. Yeah, it's like escalation. So the mob get really desperate and they hire the Joker. What could possibly go wrong? And that's like kind of the main thrust of the plot. But then you realize that the Joker's main plan is to. That's the cool thing. One of the cool things about this movie is that usually like the Joker's plan is just kind of chaos. But he also says, "I do a lot like I've got a plan." Yes, you do.
He does.
His plan is to basically make, and you realize this about halfway through, that his actual plan is to make Harvey Dent lose his mind, and show that even the guy with the best intentions, the White Knight, can also become corrupt. That's kind of the Joker's main thing. It's just proving people are awful, and will, if push come to shove, they will do horrible things in order to survive or even just protect their own images. That's the thing. Is Joker's plot is he's like chaotic force, but he's also got a point to make, and I like that because it's like it's like typical movie theming, but it is literally the character pushing an ideology, which I like. That's probably why I don't really mind the characters kind of being preachy. I mean, I agree with you about Alfred's speeches, Michael Caine.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's his motivation's a good one. It isn't just. It's more interesting than I just want to destroy the city, which the two movies that sort of bookend this one. It's not like Joker's not like, oh, I want to kill as many people as possible. It's I want them to do it, or I want to show that people are awful. Like towards the end, the plot with the 2 bombs on each ship. And really, he just gets really, really disappointed when they don't blow up each other.
Yeah, he actually counts down to it. He's like, it's gonna happen right now. And then it doesn't happen, and he's just like, what the hell?
Yeah.
That's like his defeating moment is not only does he get, captured by Batman, but he realizes that the thing that he thought was a surefire victory for him doesn't happen, and proves that his way of thinking is too
Wrong.
dark. Like, yeah, he's
People are better
wrong.
than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like an ideological
yeah.
battle as well, just physically. It's physically. Like, I suppose another nitpick is that the we didn't say this for Batman Begins. The fight scenes in Batman Begins are an incoherent mess. Like you barely tell what's going on. They're terrible. They were a little bit better here, but not a whole lot.
Yeah, there's still some confusing shots, a lot of dark shots, and a lot of very fast cuts in the action that you have to keep track of.
I feel like Nolan's better with like car chases, because the car chase sequence is probably the best action sequence, I would say.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of wide shots, because obviously if you're filming things on that scale, you can't zoom the camera in too much, so he's kind of forced to do that. Whereas the general fight scenes of most of his movies are just cut too close. But yeah, my point is that this isn't so much an action movie. It's got some good action in it, especially like the bank heist at the start of the movie. But
yeah,
this is more a battle of ideologies. So it's not like your typical superhero where he just kicks a bad guy's ass. It's like, no, just before that, like you said, he got proven wrong. Like that's the point. That's why it's a good movie. Although I guess he's also right about Harvey Dent. But then, very cleverly, the big climax of the movie is Batman takes the fall for it. Like, that's the big conclusion, and it's a really, just like the pacing of the whole movie, is that it's just a very tight ending, and just kind of rolls off the last scene. He gives another speech, but it's well earned.
Yeah.
And he drags his own name through the mud in order to maintain the reputation of Harvey Dent, which does more good for the city overall. It's just a good movie. Like just ideologically, it's well shot. It's all they pushed IMAX. I actually saw this in IMAX, which was a treat. And it's the music. It's Hans Zimmer, right? Like the Joker's theme, like the strings that just play whenever he's around, just this incredible tension. Just whenever he's on screen, you don't know what the hell he's gonna do next. The movie's like it's a good balance as well, because the movie's like, it's mostly self-serious, but there's a good bit of humor in it, not just from the Joker, but also just there's a bit of humorous banter between Bruce and Alfred, like a lot of little lines that are just great.
There's a lot of characters get some really funny bits, like the guy that wants to blackmail his boss. Where it's like, oh, it's Bruce Wayne as Batman. And he's just like, you want to blackmail this guy? Okay.
Good luck. Yeah, we didn't mention Morgan Freeman as Lucius Fox, who's a little more obscure of a Batman character. He's like this tech guy, and if you're doing like the grounded thing, he definitely needs a tech guy. Definitely beyond just Alfred, so putting Morgan Freeman in as Lucius in Batman Begins, that's a great fit.
Absolutely.
It also explains a lot of the business side of things as well, with the board and things. At the end of I'm reviewing half of Begins because I'm talking about this one, but the bit at the end of Begins where you just buy the shares went public, and so he countered that by just buying all the shares. A lot of Nolan realizes like reoccurring lines like, "Oh, didn't you get the memo?"
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I didn't mention him in the previous review, but Morgan Freeman's great, Michael Caine's great. I think it's like, when I first heard him being cast, I thought he was a bit too cockney or a butler, but no, he's good, and you can tell he's got like a history as well, which I once mentioned to you. Like Alfred, from what I'm aware of, Alfred in the comics is kind of like worked for like MI6 or the SAS or something like that. Like he has a history.
Right, yeah.
And I feel like Michael Caine's Alfred, I can definitely kind of imagine that, even if it's not spelled out right. Like he does mention his campaign in Burma or wherever.
Oh yeah.
Like, he's had an interesting life even before becoming Batman's butler, you know.
Everyone's doing a good job. They replaced Rachel, which was interesting.
Yeah, I didn't
but
think. I forget who it was. Katie Holmes. Like she wasn't great in Begins. Like some bit of some stiff dialogue. I much prefer in this one. Just some little bit of awkward delivery. Yeah, she's good as well. And the big shocking twist that she just gets killed off, which I feel like kind of hurt maybe one of the dynamics for Rises. Because I thought she was quite an interesting character, because she wasn't like she was like a childhood friend of Bruce's, but she wasn't like kind of a cliched love interest. Like she was definitely interesting, and she was actually going to marry Harvey. So I thought that was a good dynamic, and killing her off was shocking, probably a good move, but I also felt like I wouldn't have minded that character being around for Rises, but that's a go to that.
That's not this movie's fault.
No. Well, I mean, it is this movie's fault, but yeah.
No way.
But
also, shoutouts to Eric Roberts and Kano.
yes, Kano's in the original MK vs DC. Yeah, we like Eric Roberts. He just kind of shows up in weird stuff. He's one of those actors like James Remar or someone like that. You just kind of get a kick out of seeing.
Yeah, I love that guy.
Yeah.
Just solid. Just
from this hype, the fall won't kill me. I'm counting on it. Yeah, I mean, what else is there to say? We could probably talk about this one movie all day, and it's all stuff that's already been said. So that's just yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, what's to say? Probably an easier recommendation than Batman Beyond as well. I mean, that's great, but
yeah.
Not everyone's like into animation and stuff, which I get, and it's not traditional Batman. It's great in its own way, but I couldn't say subjectively it's better than The Dark Knight. The Dark Knight is beloved for many reasons.
Yep.
And just kind of glossed over because it's been said, but like Heath Ledger's Joker, like they've been chasing that ever since. They just I mean, I think it's another thing where we're kind of just used to it now. But man, that's a weird kind of Joker design, but it works. Like there was nothing else like that, really.
Yeah.
Just this kind of punk rocker kind of. He did his own makeup, and from what I understand was they didn't like write it on paper, but the backstory for the Joker was that he was a soldier with PTSD, and then they just use that as like kind of they didn't like spell it out for the audience, but they kind of use that as a framing device, and that kind of when you realize that, you sort of see like, oh, that's why he knows his way around explosives and things like that.
Oh right, yeah. They're chasing that interpretation. Also, the what was like the Joker wanted to be caught. Like apparently that comes up a lot since then.
Yeah, a lot of movies tried to ape that. I think the biggest one I can think of, which is just absolutely blatant, was Skyfall, the James Bond, where the villain gets locked up, and then the fucking idiots plug his, if I remember correctly, they plug his laptop into like the MI6 like network, and they're just like, oh no, it's a virus. It's like you just plugged a fucking foreign computer into your use a virtual machine, you idiot. Like don't. Anyway, but yeah, that was not just that. It just feels like Avengers, like the original Avengers movie. Like, oh, Loki wanted to be locked up. Like, of course he did. Yeah. Yeah, just a lot of it started some bad trends as well, but that's not the movie's fault.
No. So, after something that good,
you get something even better.
Yeah, Rises. You can only improve.
Yeah, that's the old expression. The only way is up. Dark Knight Rises. Which is kind of
above.
Can I just say, I really dislike the title just because it's the Dark Knight trilogy. We've got Batman, the Dark Knight, and the Dark Knight. Like that just someone who just kind of irks me. Like, if they're all the Dark Knight, the Dark Knight Begins. But yeah, very small nitpick. I'm sure that's the only problem with Rises.
The order's kind of weird too, because it's like Batman Begins.
Yeah.
Okay. The Dark Knight. It's just That's just Batman.
Mhm.
And then The Dark Knight Rises. Like, that almost sounds like a
You know what it
beginning
is?
of a trilogy.
You know what it is? It's the same thing as Arkham Asylum, the games. It's Warner Brothers are like, well, The Dark Knight was big. What do we call the sequel? Well, we can't not have The Dark Knight in the title. We can't not have Arkham Asylum or Arkham somewhere in the title because people will get confused. I think that's it. I think that's it, honestly.
Yeah, probably, honestly. God, this sequel, it starts out pretty good.
Yeah.
I would say I think the first hour of this 3.5-hour film
Ugh.
is pretty good. It's interesting, like the direction where it's like the Bruce Wayne is just sort of crippled and he just can't fight anymore or do anything.
Which I
And
guess
he's
is that the result of the last movie, or did he do more crime fighting after that, or?
Yeah,
It's
not
been
actually,
like 8 years.
Yeah, he stopped being Batman for 8 years. Like, well, yeah, because they say he's been gone. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been gone. Like, he didn't continue to fight or anything. He left that encounter and then just, I guess, didn't heal. He just couldn't get over it or something.
It's a little vague because last we saw of him, he's being chased by the police. So I guess he just used that as an excuse to stop. And like maybe he's just like, oh, I'm illegal now, better not. You know, I can imagine a sequel where he's outrunning the cops. I mean, obviously he's had chases with the cops before, but not like when he's like the actual, the actual target. And you could do some interesting things with that, but we never got that. Like he just hasn't been Batman. So yeah, it's not Harvey Dent's funeral. It's like a remembrance for Harvey Dent. So we're continuing that. There is, if I recall, there's no mention of the Joker, who did survive the first film, but I'm guessing that was out of respect for Heath Ledger. They just thought, let's just leave his legacy alone, which is honestly probably a good call, because anything you did with, I'm sure Warner Brothers nowadays would like CGI deepfake him into something or some bullshit. But they just went like the actor's passed away. We'll just leave his legacy. I don't even think it's mentioned. I might be wrong there.
No.
But,
we didn't take it off, so no, I don't think he was mentioned at all.
No.
After that, yeah, it's because there's this weird thing where Gordon is like, oh, I'm going to tell people the truth about Harvey Dent, but now is not the time. And then that comes back, and that feels very awkward, the way that's handled.
This movie is literally 2 hours and 45 minutes long. So by the time that comes up again, it's like a lot of things like, oh, I sort of remember that. That is just such a huge gap between plot points.
I mean, okay, so spoilers, like, Bane ends up finding it and then reading it out loud to people, and it's like, oh no, he's gonna undo everything, but isn't to believe.
Doesn't really do anything, does it?
I don't think so. I don't remember if it even gets brought up again. And it's also, there's no reason for anyone to believe him. Like, he could just be making that shit up. He's just reading off of paper. Like, there's no, it's not like he has video footage.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have video footage of Gordon saying it or something. It's just fucking whatever. God, this Bane's the villain.
Well, yeah, we also get introduced to Catwoman.
Oh, Catwoman's in it, yeah.
Spoilers for the very end. Talia al Ghul is in it. She's the true villain. They kind of do the thing about this movie is it feels less like a sequel to The Dark Knight, and it feels more like a sequel to Batman Begins. It feels like more of a continuation of everything that movie did. The big twist is everyone just works for the League of Shadows, I guess. Talia al Ghul is the main. Yeah, so Bane is he's just a lackey basically, and it's weird because he got rejected by the League of Shadows, but he also represents them. I don't quite get that. He claims, oh, I am the League of Shadows, but they never accepted him, so I don't know. That's weird. Let's talk about Bane.
Oh God.
So Tom Hardy is Bane.
Tom Hardy plays a guy with a mask who is really strong, who I guess is considered Bane by some metric, but it could be fucking anybody. Like, Bane's entire gimmick is that he's, you know, he's the tactician. He's really, really strong. He's got the venom, but
well, no, he doesn't have the venom.
That's the thing. Yeah, he doesn't in this movie.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the venom. He's not, you know, a luchador.
Sorry, I thought you meant. Yeah.
No.
I get what you're saying.
Bane usually, yeah. He's this big luchador dude who's like super powered through this venom stuff. But now he's just a guy who talks funny, who wears a mask, who is super ADR'd because no one can understand what the fuck he's saying.
Yeah.
Who just...
Even the ADR version, like when I watched this in theaters, every other line I was like, what did he just say? No, we're gonna play... It's like, what? The blood is the other son of a Batman. It's like, what? It's great. I think Nolan actually nowadays has a reputation for bad sound mixing in his movies, and that may have started here. Yeah, so this character is like, he's just like he's kind of like he's just kind of a strong-ish man. Not even like super strong. He's just a strong dude. He's like a military man, I guess, like a mercenary. I don't know anything about that. They don't explain that too much.
No.
He has a mask, which you later find out is to alleviate agonizing pain. So the mask is just, it's his pain relief. So that's badass.
Yeah.
And the most infamous part about him is his silly voice, and I don't get it. So Bane typically is Hispanic. Like he's from typically from like a fictional South American country. They're always pretty big, but generally speaking, he's Hispanic. But he's played by an Englishman doing this kind of posh accent, like, I'm Bane, I have an eccentric accent, and it's like, what is that? Like, what is it even supposed to be? And so he's from, I don't know if he's native to there, but his backstory is that he's in this big pit, which, by the way, I hope you like this pit, because we're going to spend like half the movie there. You escape from a pit, and they're really vague about where it is. It's just some foreign country. Like, where? Don't worry about that. It's not important. I mean, half the movie's set there, but don't worry about it. It's just this prison that's a big hole, and then he helped Talia escape from it.
Yeah. By the way, its location is actually kind of a major plot hole, because like people seem to be able to get from there to Gotham City by just walking, especially after there is a sort of barrier put in where it's like, if anybody steps off or on this island, everyone dies, and then Bruce Wayne just appears there.
Not even Batman, Bruce Wayne.
No, yeah. He doesn't have access to any of his shit. He just appears there, and he's just like, okay, just whatever.
One plot point I forget is, and I forget it because it's not important at all. It doesn't really have to. It doesn't seem to have many ramifications. At one point, Bruce Wayne just loses all his money.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really affect anything. I can't actually remember it changing much. But he just loses his money at one point.
Yeah, that happened, I guess.
Man, there's like an alternate. There's a movie there that could have been really good, like Batman trying to operate without his resources or something, but it's not this one.
No, it's. What the fuck do you even say about this movie?
It's the biggest problem is that it's 2 hours and 45 minutes long.
It's so fucking.
All the Nolan movies are long, but this one is just. This is the one where you feel it. Like, good God, it is too damn long.
If The Dark Knight is, a case study in how to do good pacing in a movie, The Dark Knight Rises is an example of how you can do that, go the opposite fucking direction.
Yeah.
How you can just fuck everything up. Because I think, if I remember correctly, this is the movie. No, I'm thinking of a different one actually. But I do remember that this movie is just too fucking long. It's too.
What are you gonna say? We're watching two parts.
No, I'm thinking of a different one where it was like if we cut out some of it, it's still actually pretty good. But
Right,
no,
we'll
one,
get to that, yeah.
Yeah.
This
No,
doesn't even
this is
seem
the
like it
one.
needs to be so long. The plot is
No.
just nonsense. Like, kind of jumping all over the place here, but like the plot is just he takes over the Gotham City. Like, he just has a new. Bane and quite a small group of mercenaries somehow managed to take over an entire city. Like, it's insane, and it's another one where it's the third time, or like a Wayne Tech invention gets captured and is used to threaten the city. Like that also happened in Begins. This feels a lot more like Begins than The Dark Knight, because he has like a sort of nuclear power generator, and they turn it into a bomb. They use that to threaten the whole city, and like the US government just have to close off this city. Like, there's not even that many of them. It just seems too easy.
So the villain plot is that it's actually Talia who's, I guess, orchestrating all of this, and she's just wants to get revenge on Bruce Wayne for killing her father?
Yeah, but it also his plan was just to destroy Gotham anyway. So
I guess, yeah.
Twofold, two for the price of one.
And I just don't really understand much of why other than just revenge. So she wants to get revenge, so she, through Bane, who was just like a red herring essentially, the whole movie, gets the entirety of Gotham City
he's the muscle. He's basically fulfilling the same role as he did in Batman and Robin, where he's just the muscle to the female supervillain.
Yeah, actually, but like they don't show that because she's under disguise as like somebody who actually gets a job at Wayne Tech, I think. Like she's in charge of keeping the bomb from going off, and it turns out she's the reason that it is going to go off. So the bomb, the nuclear power source that they turn into they turn into a bomb. So they cordon off parts of Gotham City, and like the bridges leading to it, they blow up, so that like they got one bridge I think that they can use to get in and out.
That came up in Begins as well.
Yeah, and they're just like, you can't leave this city. If a single person leaves and the nuke goes off, and then it turns out, well, the nuke's gonna go off anyway. They were just waiting for, what was it, like 8 months for it to decay?
Why did they? Yeah, why did they wait? They could have just pressed the button. Mission accomplished. The whole thing's like a suicide mission anyway.
They need to torture the people to make them really suffer, so that the blah, 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 blah. It's like that's the entire reason that the villain gets defeated, is because they're like, oh, I don't want you to die. I'm going to put you in a hole, and then you're going to crawl out and kick my ass. Oops. Like,
it's like comic book, but it's like it's like something of the '60s show. Like, come on.
No,
put you in a big
corny.
hole. And of course, Bane being Bane, he has to break his back because that's his trademark. I broke the bat. Did you know that? Like, yes, Bane, we know you broke the bat. Shut up.
I remember there's also just a constant running theme of every time Bruce trusts somebody, they immediately betray him. Like, the one point where he meets up with Catwoman, and she's just like, "What? Don't you trust me?" And then immediately, it's like, "Oh, you just set me up so I can get killed by Bane."
Yeah.
Great. It's such a dumb movie. It is a dumb movie that's way too long, and it just, for everything that Dark Knight gets right, this movie gets wrong.
Pretty much, crazy. Yeah. I've had a thought. What if the Talia character? Once if that was Rachel, like, let's say they didn't kill her off, and then they reveal Rachel was actually Rachel's daughter. Because what gets me about Talia is she's just kind of, I mean, there's so many characters in this, but she just kind of gets introduced, kind of, just kind of out of nowhere. Just, oh yeah, it's you. I've known you for like 8 years or whatever. And it's like I don't really get attached to this character, and I don't really care that she's revealed to be Talia. Once if that was Rachel, like a character that's already been around. And then, I mean that'd be maybe not that specifically, because obviously that'd be weird, because Bruce's childhood friend in terms of daughter, this ninja guy, and I mean maybe not that specifically, but I feel like that would have been a lot more impactful if it was a character we'd already known, rather than just
Oh,
kind of
sure, yeah.
showing her in as well. Speaking of like all the characters as well, we didn't even mention Robin is in this.
Oh yeah, he's like a lot of this movie. I somehow forgot about that.
He's not terribly interesting. He's just kind of there.
No. And he also, oh yeah, he's like, oh, I saw you once, and I saw you were an orphan, and I looked at you and I went, that's Batman, and he just knows. Like,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how
guess.
Robin works out Batman is. And they do the Dark Knight Returns thing of him, like just sort of faces death, and it's like Robin's going to continue his legacy. But yeah, Robin in this interpretation and in the Nolanverse is just some cop who is promoted to detective, which is well earned because he figured out who Batman is just by looking at him once as a kid.
No kidding.
What's his name? Gordon Joseph Levitt. He's promoted to detective. And it's such a big movie. Like, if everyone just has a lot of screen time, Catwoman has a lot of screen time. If this, apart from Alfred, he just fucks up halfway through the movie. We don't see him again until the end.
Oh yeah.
He's just a cop who admires Batman and then becomes Robin, basically, which is his joke, is that that's his real name. I don't know why he's using the pseudonym, but at the end there's just saying, oh, that's my birth name. Funny. There's quite a bit taken from there's a bit I want to mention that's taken from The Dark Knight Returns, where there's like two cops in a car and it's just blatantly taken from Returns, because Batman hadn't been Batman for a while. And he says, oh, you're in for a show tonight, kid, or something like that. So, like, one had seen him before, one's never seen Batman ever. So I just want to mention to that, but
It's like blatant too. Like there's like I think the guy takes a shot at him and he kind of looks back at him and is just like don't even.
Yeah.
Like I think those is in both of them. Like
I want to say we're being quite negative. This movie isn't without merit. I quite like Catwoman's character. Like, I mean, I think some people are quite critical of her. I think she's alright. I think she's got some good moments. I like the bit where she's dealing with a mob, or I guess Bane's crew, whatever. And then she just, she causes a commotion. The cops are coming, and then she just acts like a panicked civilian, and then she slips out. I like that moment. I feel like in a better movie, I would have probably remembered that a bit more. There's good moments. Get the Batwing, which is I feel a little too sci-fi for this take of Batman. I'm not saying it's impossible to have like an urban air vehicle. Like they do kind of treat it more like a sort of like a helicopter or drone thing. But I still feel that's a little too much for this universe. But this movie's got bigger problems than that. It's not terrible, but it's so long, and it's when you break down the plot, it's so dumb. It's so stupid.
I remember enjoying this movie up to a point.
Yeah.
Like I remember actually being like, this is remember it, and then it gets through all of the shit that just drags. Like everything after the fight where Bane breaks his back.
Yeah.
Like
that's the
from then
point.
all the way to the end is just it's slow, it's dumb. The plot I just keep asking myself, like, why is this happening? Like, why are they doing this? Why don't they just blow up the bomb if all they want to do is destroy the city? Why do they let Batman move?
There's a lot of I feel like it just falls off at the halfway point. And I feel like this is something we discuss when we watch them. This scale of Batman. So like Batman is not Superman. The threats he deals with are usually traditionally like the street level crime. Obviously it gets a bit bigger than that, otherwise it'd be a bit dull, but so the scale is usually like there's a crime boss trying to take over the city at the most. But like trying to nuke an entire city, like that's that's Superman scale. Like that's bigger than Batman, and not in a good way.
Well, also the previous two movies had a running theme of the villain using like it's psychological, like the scarecrow toxin that creates fear in people, and it's all about fear. That's like the entire premise of the movie. and the Joker is about chaos and all
Making
these
them do it
ideologies.
themselves. They pull the trigger.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And then Bane is just like, I got a nuke.
yeah,
Got a nuke.
you're
Yeah.
right. I never thought of that. Like, yeah, the first two about the people basically destroying themselves, whereas the third
Yeah,
one is
yeah.
just like, I'm moving in, like it's just, yeah. There's nothing to be said there. There's no lesson or anything like that. And then the theming. I mean, look, I feel like the other two movies have pretty good theming. I mean, they're not too subtle, but the first one's
Yeah.
fear, the second one's like chaos, and then but this one, like, what is the theme? Like rises? That's not really a theme. It's like trying to surmount. Yeah, he crawls out. He manages to get out of the pit. That's not really a theme.
Overcoming, I guess, but that's only that's just like in a vague.
You fall only to rise.
Yeah.
I guess but it's not. I mean, the first two movies were not subtle about their themes, but like that's fine. It's Hollywood. I mean,
Yeah.
for Hollywood standards, it's fine.
Sure, yeah. But it's like this movie doesn't have one, or it doesn't have a clear one, because it's just not a well-written movie.
No.
Like, honestly, it's shocking how much worse written this movie is. Like, just how many times it's just like, that doesn't make sense. Like, why would they do that? And coming off of The Dark Knight, that's impressive that they managed so low.
Yeah, it sucks. Right, so where we've seen that slog of a movie.
That's C. We wrote down C, and that's definitely, it's not bad enough to be D, but man, it is got a lot of problems. Boy, how does it?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of sounds like a D from what we're saying, but it's not like, no, it's not that bad. We're just coming off it because it's disappointing. But it's not it's not god awful. It's not, yeah.
It is in a vacuum not as bad as the fact that it is the follow-up to the highest rated movie on our tier list so far.
Yeah, one of the most acclaimed movies of all time.
Yeah, and its sequel is just kind of sloppy and slow. So
yeah, hang on, is that? But well, we'll probably do the horizontal thing now, or
we'll just do it now.
We've got three movies here, and they are all boring. Like they're all just,
yeah.
I would say this is. I think this belongs at the bottom of C.
Yes,
it is
I
borderline
agree.
D. The only thing that doesn't make it D is that still some good performances, and it's not that bad. It's just the runtime is kind of insufferable.
Yeah, no, I think all of those movies have redeeming qualities in that tier, but I think The Rises is the one where it least makes up for its negatives.
Yeah.
So that's that.
Right, so next is Batman Under the Red Hood.
So we're entering
standalone animated movies.
Yeah, these aren't really related at all, but they're all similar in that they're all animated. Are they all adaptations? So no, a couple of them
I think they all are. Yeah, they all are.
Yeah.
Some are like more loose than others, but for the most part, I think these are all adaptations of comics, graphic novels.
All right. And we're starting with Under the Red Hood, which one of the ones I had already seen, and I remember liking it, and we watched it again, and I really liked it.
Yeah.
It's a telling of the story of this is in the very beginning. Joker kills Robin, and then a mysterious figure known as the Red Hood shows up and starts causing trouble, and that's old alias, or in one of his backstories he was the Red Hood before becoming the Joker. And then it's like, so there's intrigue there. It's like, oh, what's he doing? Like, it's clearly not the Joker, so what's the deal here? And Batman has to try to figure out like what's going on, only to find out that it is spoilers, it is in fact Robin, who was revived by the what is it, the Eternity pool.
The Lazarus Pit.
Lazarus Pit, that's it. Yeah, he gets revived by that, and it's like did he go crazy because something went wrong? And it's like, oh no, he's just pissed after what happened to him.
There's a little bit of ambiguity there, which I appreciate. It's like, is it that, or am I just always been this way, and I'm just
Yeah,
I like that.
that's right. Yeah, it's and it's so good. It's very, very good.
So I should probably explain, this is going to be a thing for the animated standalone movies. So this is interesting because it's an adaptation of a particular Batman story, but it's to do with, it leans in on the comics history. So say if you got like Batman Year One or any of the other three that are going to appear, they are, from what I understand, just kind of standalone comics. So you can adapt that to a movie, and it is what it is. But this leans on the comics history because the death of Jason Todd was something that happened in the past of the comics. But obviously, you can't. You're making a movie, and it's not even based on like a TV show. It's just a standalone. You can't expect the audience to go, "Oh yeah, Jason Todd, they killed him off in that comic in the 80s or whatever." So one catch for this is, if you're going to tell the Red Hood story, you're going to have to show the death of Jason Todd. Like, you're gonna have to depict that in the movie, and then as soon as you do that, it's not gonna be a shock. I don't know how they handled it in the comic, but I imagine it was maybe more of a surprise. But what I'm saying is, for a movie, you're gonna have to show the scene of Jason Todd being killed, because that's, you can't avoid that. You've got to show that to the audience to explain who the Red Hood is. But as soon as you do that, there's no mystery. It's like, oh, that's who it is. But what I like about this movie is they don't treat it as a mystery. They do that, and then, again, I don't know how it's handled in the comic, but Batman pretty quickly figures out that it's Jason Todd. So this isn't like Mystery of the Batwoman or even like Batman Beyond, where you don't know the identity. It's not treated as a mystery, because, it's easy for the audience to figure it out, and Batman figures it out pretty quickly. So it's not about that, it's about, helping Jason. So it's not about the mystery, it's about their relationship and what he could have done better. And it's very well done. And one thing that didn't do that is the game Arkham Knight, which has the exact same thing. Arkham Knight is Jason Todd, and because they hadn't depicted Jason Todd in the previous games, they had to then show it in Arkham Knight in like a flashback sequence. And as soon as you see that, you're like, oh, the Arkham Knight is Jason Todd. It's the Red Hood. They're just doing the same story. So, but the difference with that is that one they treat as a mystery. And if I remember correctly, when he gets revealed, Bruce Wayne's like, "What, Jason? Oh, I had no idea." And it's so stupid because the audience has already figured it out, especially ones who are like kind of comic savvy or watch movies like this. Whereas in the movie Under the Red Hood, he's like, yeah, of course I know who you are. That's not the point. He figures it out when the audience does. Whereas in Arkham Knight, no, he's an idiot. So,
well, no, he is surprised that it happens, but like it's not a reveal that's like, oh my god, that's the big reveal of the movie. It's very quickly just like,
yeah. It's more about his reaction.
Yeah. It's more because, but like, it's you expect that basically. It works.
So they get it out of the way quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And then it's and then it's from there. It's dealing with what that means and what he's doing. So this movie, and he's just like fucking with the mob basically.
Yeah, it's kind of almost Joker-esque, and he's making a point, like he's showing Batman. It's not so much what he's doing, he's more like showing to Batman, look, if you actually take out these criminals, you can actually stop crime. It's like, no. And that's the debate, like, should he be killing these people? And that's the conclusion of the movie, is that debate. So one thing I like about this is a lot of these movies kind of have various mob bosses, as we've referenced. But this one is actually represented by an actual supervillain, the Black Mask, who is kind of obscure character, at least by like sort of us not reading comics. He hasn't made that many appearances, but he's kind of he has dual purpose as your kind of typical mob boss. but he also is a supervillain because he has this crazy like black mask grafted to his face. I think it's like burnt onto his face or something. I don't know. I might have to look that up, but and he's entertaining as hell. Like, that definitely raises this whole thing as well.
One of the best parts of the movie, honestly. He is such a funny character.
Yeah.
And just every scene he's in is a delight. But and the plot is basically like Red Hood gets the mob like so riled up that they're like, okay, well, we know exactly what we have to do to deal with this. We have to get the Joker and have him deal with Batman. And of course, that's, all part of, getting Joker out so that Jason Todd could get him in a position to be like, okay, now it's time to kill him. Like, you let this guy live? Like, why the hell did you do that?
I
You
actually
need to
forgot
kill
about that. Yeah, I forgot that he wanted Black Mass to get him out just so he can kill him. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah. So that all plays together really nicely, and it's funny, like a Joker, the Black Mask gets him out, and then he's like, oh, we'll do whatever you need to, as long as you get rid of Batman or deal with this guy.
Red Hood.
Red Hood, right? Yeah, it's Red Hood specifically, and just like I think the next scene that they're in, he's just like Black Mask is like all tied up in a fucking truck, and he's like covered in gas and about to get burned to death. It's like,
this wasn't
like,
part of the deal, you freak.
This is also who is the person playing Joker?
John DiMaggio.
Yeah, okay, because
Bender from Futurama.
Yeah. It's a different Joker, but it's actually still a really good one.
It's a lot more. It's like deeper voice. He's like more intimidating. I still got the sense of humor, but he's not like as it's not quite as flamboyant. He's more like a thug. Yeah, no, I really like this interpretation of the Joker as well. And I remember that being a big talking point because this is like, so we're doing these standalone movies chronologically, and this was one of the first-ish ones, at least like an early-ish one, and it was still kind of, this is around about the time it's still kind of unheard of to have someone voicing the Joker other than Mark Hamill, at least in the eyes of a lot of people. And then they said like, getting John DiMaggio to do it, and just did a great job. Very different. That's what I appreciate. He's not trying to. A lot of like Joker actors try to copy something that came before. Typically, if it's animation, typically they'll just try and do a take on Mark Hamill. But this is his own thing, and it's great. Just his sort of his cadence, and he sort of speaks softly, and then he just starts laughing. It's a really good Joker.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's a good contrast to Black Mask as well, because like he's like a lot more kind of relaxed. Like the Joker's kind of relaxed and kind of laid back comparatively, whereas Black Mask is like completely unhinged and he's like yelling. He's getting like pissed off all the time.
The scene where he's just eating chips while Black Mask is just like, "Hello,
are you listening?
Can you do this for us?"
And then he kills like everyone in the room with just using a glass. That's a great like kind of want to see a magic trick kind of movement.
Yeah. He kills all the henchmen and just leaves the Black Mask alive. He's just like,
and his secretary.
All right, yeah, sure, I'll join you. Yeah.
That secretary character is like such a minor character, but she's great as well. Like she just yes, Batman likes to collect things.
No, it's a really good, really funny movie. Surprisingly so.
I like how self-aware Red Hood is as well. Like his performance is great. Just his sort of, it's like he's quippy, but he's also quite serious at the same time. He's not distractingly. Yeah, you tell he's kind of youthful, but he's been through some shit as well, and he's intimidating. He hits all the right notes for what the character needs to be in any particular scene, like intimidating criminals or having a bit of banter with Batman during a fight. He's just like, oh yeah, I miss watching you work, and Batman's just like, shut up.
No, it's just a real good one. So we threw that into A?
Yeah, it was borderline. It was kind of pushing S, but it's not. I don't know. It doesn't have that je ne sais quoi that kind of makes an S tier an S tier. It's I don't know. Maybe should we consider it's really good. but
It's a hard choice. Yeah,
I almost feel like it's this is a weird complaint. But it feels a bit too comic booky. I don't know. I don't even know what I mean by that. I mean, like, it leans too much on the comics. Like, you know, you'd have to explain who. It's kind of like just Freeze like Raish has this little line which is like, oh yes, the Lazarus pit that gives me like infinite life or whatever. They kind of just gloss over that. This definitely feels like it was made for comic book fans, so I suppose maybe what's keeping it out of S is that I maybe wouldn't necessarily recommend it to anyone. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Like, what is there a reason why we're keeping it out of S? It just doesn't. It's really, really good, but it doesn't quite hit the same highs as those other two.
I'm kind of leaning towards putting it in there, just putting it at the bottom, but sticking it in there because I could still recommend it. It's still really good. Like, I think people would enjoy it.
Maybe we should then.
Just do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we change our mind, we can do that. But like, it's, you know, obviously not perfect. It's one of the briefest things.
Yeah. Well, you could like watch like 3 of those and one of the Dark Knight Rises.
yeah. But no, I think compared to everything else in like I think it's a step above.
Yeah, better than Phantasm.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's probably more entertaining. The fight scenes are good as well.
Yes,
But you know what? I don't think it being comic booky is a detriment. I mean, I think in ST that one kind of leans into like if you like the comics, you definitely like this.
Yeah, it's a different flavor from the other two, I guess, but it's still really good.
That's why we're doing this. I like how divergent those 3 are.
Absolutely.
Alright, so I guess the next standalone animated adaptation of the comic, it's Year One. So
it's Batman Year One.
It's the yes. Why aren't we moving this first? This is I think it's a Frank Miller comic. And as the name suggests, it chronicles Batman's first year on the job. So obviously it takes the origin thing.
Yeah.
Funny thing about this is Batman doesn't really feel like the main character. It feels more like a James Gordon story, frankly.
I mean, that's how I understand it, honestly. Like, Batman being there is sort of a side thing to sort of explain his relationship with Gordon, but it's largely just a Gordon movie.
It is, yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
Voiced by Bryan Cranston, does an excellent job. Feels like a little on paper, It sounds a bit like stunt casting, but he's so pitch perfect as Gordon. I should say most of these animated movies are very well cast. Usually by voice director Andrea Romano, who did most of these. There's rarely a time where I feel like she's miscast anyone, and Bryan Cranston is a fantastic Gordon. He just kind of, I mean, I could picture him playing him in live action as well, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. It's if you want to talk about miscast though, not a huge fan of what's his fucking face for playing Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this guy. Was it? No, it's anytime he's doing like narration, because it's occasionally he's like narrating or just being a fucking weird emo kid. Like, it sounds weird as hell. Like, he sounds stiff, and he's just saying like just the most anytime Bruce Wayne is doing like narration, he just sounds just like he sounds like an emo kid. He just sounds just lame, and he's just really stiff, and it doesn't sound like Bruce Wayne. It's very weird. But then, like, when he's playing like Bruce Wayne as like interacting with other people, it's actually fine.
Yeah,
it's not too.
Yeah, Ben McKenzie, he does like a. He's actually, it's kind of the inverse of Christian Bale. He does a pretty good Batman voice, but
actually.
But his Bruce Wayne sounds like pathetic. You know, it's sort of a kind of a whispery kind of voice. You know, I've been back in Gotham. It's now, and then feel the surface of the red light district, whatever. Um,
Yeah.
but then that kind of tone actually is based with decent Batman voice, like people of Gotham. I am the knight or whatever. I can't remember what he
Yeah.
said, but that kind of works as Batman. But yeah, he sounds really whiny and pathetic as Bruce Wayne, and a good chunk of the movie is first-person narration from Gordon and Batman. So you kind of get used to him monologuing, and yeah, he just doesn't sound very tough. He just sounds like a wimp. He's just like, Alfred, I don't know how to work the up and help me.
But again, there are some scenes where he actually sounds fine. Like it's not all bad, but
no, it's not terrible, but it's distractingly not as good as.
Yeah. He's also like he doesn't do a lot of stuff in the suit, as far as I remember. There's a lot of like him just, or at least there's that one scene where he's just like in like a fucking like a balaclava or whatever.
Yeah, I want to acknowledge work in progress Batman, which is basically him being Batman before he has the suit.
Yeah, which I thought came up more than it actually did.
I kind of expect this is one of the earlier movies we watched in the series, and I also thought I suggested that. I said, oh, that's going to come up a bit. Like it doesn't really.
No, this movie also has a fair bit of Catwoman in it, and her gay friend Holly, who.
Oh, okay.
I remember reading that at some point. I remember, looking up, like, who is this character and seeing, like, she's, like, a fairly important character from some comic or whatever. She's, Catwoman's friend. And then several movies, including, I think, Rises, have a surrogate character for Holly, but don't have her in it. It's weird.
that in 2022. Like
yeah,
it's like, oh, it's Holly. No, it's not. Oh, okay. Which is weird because like the Nolan movies. Oh yeah, so speaking of the Nolan movies, like there's a character, the Flass, who's like the corrupt cop, Gordon's partner in this. Like that's the same character as the hotel clerk from Memento in Batman Begins. Like it looks completely different, but that has the same name, but the Holly's not the same person. Apparently, I don't know. That's the line there, I guess. We have the crime boss is the guy who voiced what's his name in The Simpsons, the head of like Itchy and Scratch. He's the guy who goes, "I have to go now. My planet needs me." So I just kind of laugh whenever I hear him.
Yeah.
You work for Batman.
Also, I should mention shout-outs to Rob Paulson appearing in so many of these for some reason.
Oh yeah, well we'll get to him again when he literally plays a character called Rob. So
yes.
Yeah, he keeps showing up.
Gotta love that. I think it was in Gotham Knight too. I want to say.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he was. Yeah.
They were just at random points. I was just like, oh my god, that's Rob Paulson, isn't it?
Yeah, he's the new Jim Cummings.
He was in this one too, and it's one of those because I watched it a little earlier than the rest of them. I can't recall so many details, but I do remember it is just a really good just Gordon story.
It is, yeah. It's a good example of one of the biggest scale literal batarangs thing where he uses a signal generator to just summon a swarm of bats, and that's quite a big set piece in the movie. Also came up in Begins.
Yeah.
There's kind of probably the biggest bingo check on here is corrupt police, because it is about Gordon working his way up, and I think the whole reason he's even there is because I think his previous department he pulled up some fellow cops and got sent to Gotham. So that's probably the biggest example of corrupt cops. That and the Dark Knight, because that is a big thing there, like who is and isn't working for the mob secretly.
Yeah.
Great scene with his partner, Detective Flass, who's this like big, kind of burly, kind of, he's like blonde football player. I think he was blonde. I was stupid over. on
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
And he and his buddies like beat Gordon half to death, and he retaliates by running him off the road when he's by himself, giving him a baseball bat, and then still kicking his ass. Like even with a handicap, he kicks his ass. He gives him a baseball bat, and then beats him like barehanded, and then he doesn't cause him any trouble. Like Gordon is such a great character in this. Like Batman is definitely secondary in Batman Year One. It really should be called Gordon Year One, because they both arrive at Gotham at the same time as well. So it's also his first year.
Right, yeah. There's also the bit where like he has like an affair with I think someone else who works at the department.
Yeah.
And then whenever they try to like blackmail him, they like call his house and his wife answers. She's like, I already know. Like,
yeah, that's a great
leave me
moment.
alone.
Yeah, and it's not like oh it's fine. But I'd like, I mean, obviously Gordon shouldn't have done it in the first place, but I do like the way he handled it. It's just like, I'm just gonna confess, and then she just answers the phone, like, yeah, I know about Detective Watson. Like,
it's handled in an interesting and realistic way. So,
it is, yeah.
And I just appreciate that. Just a lot of good bits. Yeah, for sure.
And I like that bit about Gordon as well, because it shows like he's like the good cop who takes on bad cops, but he's not infallible either. You know?
Yeah,
it's a small detail. He's definitely the star of the show. Yeah.
He's not a superhero, but he's the kind of the main character in a superhero movie. So.
Yeah, but you can't market it as that.
Right. Yeah.
Where do we put that? I think that was solid A.
We wrote down B.
Did we? Well, I think looking back at it, I think. Yeah. I think it was like the Batman stuff that kind of dragged it down, and the finale is. It doesn't feel like a movie finale. It's definitely good. It's a good scene where he goes after Gordon's kid. Although it's also a little weird because he's like out of costume. But anyway, yeah, maybe B, I suppose.
No, I think A. I think
because we're coming off of like Rises still, we're gonna be into that a bit, but.
I mean, we remember it fondly, and I don't think because there was also like that was a movie where Catwoman was like she kept getting accused of like being Batman's partner or whatever, and she kept getting really pissed.
You work for Batman.
Like now I'm his sidekick.
Yeah, you know, and also I think helps it as well is like the narrative framing of it. I mean, granted, you know, the Bruce Wayne voice isn't great, but but I think that kind of gives it a bit more of a flair as well. Also, I think it's like set in the 80s, but it's pretty subtle about it, which is weird to say because most things that set in the 80s kind of make a song and dance about it. But
right, no,
yeah, honestly, A. So
yeah,
I was clicking on OBS. Where would we put that? I would put it below Master of the Phantasm because I really like Phantasm.
That's fine. Yeah.
Does that look alright to you?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, so next one, The Dark Knight Returns. I wish some of these titles kind of blur together, like The Dark Knight Returns, Batman Returns, Dark Knight Returns. Like, oh god. So this one.
Dark Knight Returns. This is another adaptation.
Technically 2 movies, but we watched the quote deluxe version, which just ties them together, and it's pretty seamless.
Yeah, it is. This is as far as I know, this is a pretty famous. Like the original comic was pretty big. It's like very unique. Like a lot of unique theming and some funny characters, like the mutants.
It's a lot of precedents for what we know as modern Batman. When I say modern, I mean like post 1989.
Yeah, for sure. I guess you're probably better at introducing.
Yeah, so basically, this is like I said, there's 2 movies. This is a big thing. Batman has been retired for a number of years, and in the meantime, so it kind of feels like a little bit of Batman Beyond as well. Kind of feels like Batman Beyond. Feels a bit like Dark Knight Rises. I mean, obviously it predates all of that, but Well, Batman's been retired. I mean, like properly retired. There's been like a rise in gangs. They've gotten more violent. Things have become worse than they ever were before. The prevailing street gang are known as the Mutants. And this thing is like it's set in the 80s, but it's also like a very like alternate timeline 80s, because like Reagan's in office. It's Cold War themes that come up. So it is the 80s, but it's also kind of like an alternate future kind of deal. I mean, that kind of makes sense given when the book was made, and then obviously when they adapted it into a movie, they were like, let's just keep the same, let's not mess with that. Let's not try and bring up the time frame, because that would interfere way too much with the second half of the movie, which again leans a lot on the Cold War. You cannot just anyway. So Batman's retired, and then things have just gotten so bad. He's in his 60s, I would guess, and or maybe like late 50s. And he, decides he can't shake being Batman. We've got another Batman origin here. It's kind of brief.
Yeah.
He just can't get over his, he can't get over it. That's a reoccurring theme here. I mean, he literally says it to Two-Face at one point. He just can't get over this. And he comes out of retirement, and it's a very different Batman. He is voiced by Peter Weller of RoboCop fame, and he has this isn't your typical Batman. Like he is a big sort of, I want to say lumbering, but he's sort of like a kind of heavy set kind of. If he was in a fighting game, he'd be like a grappler if he was in a fighting game. Like he's not, sort of. He's not as nimble and agile as he once was, but he doesn't use that. Instead, he just uses his raw physical strength to deal with issues. So he's very different. He's obviously not as athletic as he once was. They lean into that, they don't ignore it. It feels like a very realistic take on if someone in their 60s tried to be Batman. Like it feels believable. He still has his wits, he still has his knowledge, but he also has to compensate for his age. He's not as decrepit as he was in Batman Beyond, but kind of a similar thing. They're quite good at, they're not suddenly turning him into like some sort of a natural superhero.
It's like a running theme throughout the entire thing that he's actually dealing with his age, so that he's constantly trying to be he's trying to be smarter. And
fight smarter, not harder.
Yeah. It's like a series of, like it's two movies. It's the length of two movies, but it's like a collection of different vignettes almost.
It does feel like it. I want to quickly mention. I just want to mention Peter Weller's voice for this particular strain of Batman is pitch perfect. They did a reference to this in the New Adventures of Batman, who is voiced by Michael Ironside, and that was also a very good fit. I suppose if you just appear in like RoboCop or Total Recall, Paul Verhoeven movie that gets you the gig as this Batman, and that's also kind of fitting because Frank Miller wrote RoboCop 2, which is a sequel to a Paul Verhoeven movie. So I guess anything around Paul Verhoeven, is just kind of golden for this adaptation. But yeah, you were saying,
it's a series of different events basically, which starts with oh my god, which one does it start with? Which is kind of him coming out of retirement. I guess.
Coming out of retirement, then like there's like Two-Face. I think Two-Face.
Yeah, the Two-Face. Yeah, the Two-Face thing. You get the ordeal with the mutants. Joker shows up.
Yeah.
And then there's a Batman v Superman to tie it all off.
Yeah.
And
a lot happens in this.
A lot happens, and you would almost think that sounds like it's too much, or that it would ever like have weak points, because it's jumping between these different sort of plots, but it all works.
Yeah.
And in between that is
World War III.
Well, yeah, it was World War III. There's the new Robin.
Oh yes.
What's her name?
Carrie Kelly.
Carrie Kelly, yeah. She's just sort of like, she kind of just stumbles into it and then just becomes the new Robin. And there's her like getting the job and constantly getting fired.
Disobeying his orders and you're fired.
And it's oh my god, it's so good.
It sounds
it's
like a mess.
very,
It
very
could have
good.
easily come out to be a complete mess. But
Yeah.
good god, it all works. Like, it shouldn't work. It all works. It's brilliant.
It's a lot like The Dark Knight in that it has so many like memorable scenes, memorable lines, so many good bits, and it's paced pretty good.
Yeah, considering what it is, it definitely feels like a series of stories stitched together. I suppose that's kind of a criticism, but like, you could almost turn this into like a TV show almost if you edit it right, like a series of shorts.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really matter. That's very much a nitpick. Like, it's still very coherent. I mean, you can definitely tell where one story starts and the one begins. If that bothers you, but it's not. It's a very small thing, and the overall theme is just, you know, the consistency with Batman and I guess also Robin comes through. I mean, there's like other plots going on while the Superman thing is looming. You know, they hint at Superman, then they go to Joker, and then the Superman thing, Superman plot kind of really kicks into gear.
Yeah. And it's not a lot of familiar names for the voices either, because I know Joker is that guy. I will never remember his name because I'm bad with names, but I always remember he's that one guy from Saw.
Yeah, this is a
plays
good
the-
Joker as well. This is a very like a big contrast to the Red Hood Joker, because this one is very, very flamboyant. Like, this one, it's very different from really any of the other ones. I mean, very sinister as well, though.
But he's very calm a lot of the time.
Yeah, but that makes him scarier. You know, it's just like,
Yeah,
you don't know what he's thinking.
absolutely.
He spends like literally the first half of the movie, the first, you know, part one, in a vegetative state because Batman isn't around, so he doesn't know what to do with himself. And then he only kind of comes out of it because Batman starts working again. And he catches wind of that.
Yeah, every time the name is mentioned, like on the TV, they just keep saying it over and over, and he starts becoming more and more animated as it happens, and then eventually he just awakens, and he's just like Batman, and then that's the lead into part 2, and it's such a good bit.
They really like using Joker to lead into other movies, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Oh my god.
I really like that therapist character as well. Just like, this man is just misunderstood. You just know what happens to him. It's a pro tip. It's not on our list. We want to do like Batman, you know, Batman movies, not Batman adjacent movies. So we wouldn't look at like the live action Joker movie. But don't invite Joker onto a talk show. Like, that's a bad idea. Don't hire the Joker and don't invite him on talk shows. Those are 2 golden rules of the Joker.
Right, the talk show host who's literally played by Conan O'Brien.
That's great. It's such a tiny role, but I like that they
Yeah.
hired him for that. That's really good. And he even kind of vaguely looks like him as well. It's just like, we need someone to voice a talk show host. Let's get a talk show host.
We need a Conan O'Brien type. Well, Conan O'Brien.
Well, I mean, he wrote for The Simpsons. He's no stranger to animation.
Right.
Um,
It's.
but
There's
so much to talk
I don't know.
about.
Yeah, but so much of it is like, you just have to see it, because like the fight between Batman and Joker, it's not even like the climax of the film.
Yeah.
But it is such a good bit just throughout the entire thing.
It's
Minus
savage.
the fact that he has 2 flying dolls for some reason.
That's kind of weird.
They're
Apparently
there's
the robots need pep talks. Like, there's a bad man up there. It's like, okay, is it just doing that for flavor, or they actually have a program to do that?
I don't
See
know.
why all
It's
these people are
silly.
scared? That bad man up there. Sorry, just this delivery is so good. The soundtrack is great. I haven't really talked about music a whole lot. Like, the soundtrack is this 80s like synth, and it's awesome. Like, the first action scene with Batman is just this percussive kind of like this synth bass line, and it's so fitting. They got, you know, again, you got Peter Weller, who's famous for playing, you know, a cyborg cop in the 80s. Like, it just feels appropriate to him as well.
Yeah.
Everyone is so good, and then you know, like you said, Joker is not the finale. Who's bigger than the Joker? Who's a bigger threat than Joker? How about Superman? This is one. There are not many of these actually. We had non-Batman DC characters. There weren't many, but man, Superman's a big one. And obviously, I think this movie came up a lot when Zack Snyder's Batman v Superman came out and started stinking up cinemas. People started, they drew more eyes on this, and like, you know, that seems so stupid. Like, you know, Martha. Like, yeah, well, you couldn't do that right. It's like, no, you can't do that right. Here it is, and it's awesome, and it feels. I mean, it's a cartoon movie, but it feels believable. Like, you've got you know, the 60-year-old Batman, but he's in like a mech suit, and then Superman. They do mention that he's weakened by a nuke going off in his face, which is also one hell of a scene. Like, just the visuals on that it's like the coolest scene. And the fight just feels meaningful. That's true for. I remember saying this to you. All the action in this movie is really good, and everything that happens feels like it has purpose. Usually, action scenes in a lot of movies, animated or otherwise, you know, they're just kind of like throwing punches and jumping around and stuff. But something about this, every single punch, every single movement feels deliberate. Maybe that was something because it was adapted from comic book panels. You know, little bits where Two-Face is shooting at him, and then he pushes out a chair, like an office chair, to distract him, and then he ambushes him. Small details.
Oh yeah.
Little things like that, but they all add up. Like, every action scene is interesting. And again, it leans into Batman being in his 60s, where he has to think smarter. He can't just do his typical flipping around.
No, it's such a well thought out movie. Like, I remember like the fight scene between Batman and Superman. Like, conceptually, it's just like, well, how interesting could that be? And I remember it from when I first saw it like several years ago, just being like, man, this is such a cool scene. Like, every single hit feels really great, and it flows really nicely. It isn't confusing as hell like a fucking Batman Begins, and it isn't dumb as shit like a fucking Zack Snyder movie. No, it's very, very good.
I can't praise it enough. And I said to you at the time while we were watching it, this is the one that of all these movies, including The Dark Knight, this is the one that feels like a real Batman epic. Like, just the scale of it. And I don't mean, when I say the scale, I don't mean, you know, Bane's gonna nuke the city, because that's just stupid. But Batman's like influence over the city is what makes it feel epic. He solves things. One point is that we haven't even touched on the whole plot, but at one point is that he recruits the mutant. So he basically kicks the ass of the mutant leader in front of the whole gang, and basically he lures them out into a
fucking mud hole, and then just purposely beats the shit out of him in front of all of his fucking gang. And they're just like, oh shit, we're working for Batman now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as cut to try that. There's I think they say like some of them become the sons of Batman, and some of them are just aren't even ready to fight when they just get taken in by the police. But it's such a good plot point. Again, the best Batman movies are not really so much physical fights, but more battles of ideology. Because like Batman wins the first fight with the mutant leader, but he doesn't do shit because he has to basically fight dirty in order to win. And he's just like, yeah, I'm in prison now, whatever, I still have my followers. And then he concocts his plan to win, basically win the hearts of these kids who are following the mutant leader. And the fight itself, you know, and he also fights smarter because he's not that agile. So he fights him in a mud pit, and he has to fight him on his terms. It's so good. This whole movie is so damn good.
We gotta mention the mutants and their funny future. Actually, just characters in general with their funny slang.
Future slang.
They're just
figures you mention that.
That, and it's like this and Batman Beyond have that, and it's funny. It's just really funny when it happens.
And this is
It
the one
doesn't
with
feel like
Rob Paulson's here. My
yeah,
name is
Rob
Rob
plays.
and Don.
My name is Rob. Rob and Dawn. They just they have such a funny way of talking, but it's amusing. It's
Big
just
fan of
it's
these, just like
great.
Batman Beyond had Shui as well.
Yeah, yeah. Billy Berserk.
Yeah, slice and dice. Show me nasty.
I had chicken legs looking checks.
It's like it's so good. The whole thing is so good. There's no weak point.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I don't know if I have. I guess yeah, the biggest criticism you can come up with is just that like it is trying to do a lot in over the course of 2 movies.
Yeah,
But-
and it is blatantly stitched together.
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't ever feel like it doesn't fit. It just is a lot of different parts.
You can see
combined
when one chapter ends and the other one starts.
together. Yeah, yeah. The biggest criticism I have is why did Batman fight in that old lady costume?
That
It
was
didn't even
that
do
was
anything.
yeah. The weird dolls and that lady costume is weird because that's also the big reveal of Superman. Who also they never
Oh,
utter his name
yeah.
out loud in the whole thing, which gives him this. He works. He said he works for the government, and he's just this bigger than life figure who's the war. You know, it's the Cold War. It's actually like a hot war, the war with Russia, and you see how scary it would be to have Superman working for your country.
Right.
It's terrifying. Just you go from the small scale Batman scenes to these full-on war scenes, and Superman's just demolishing battleships. It's terrifying, and then like, and that's not without reason, because you know, inevitably he's gonna have to come across Batman. And you're just seeing these scenes, you're like, what the fuck is Batman gonna do? Like, Jesus.
Right.
And even that victory as well, that's also an ideological one. Like, he doesn't beat Superman. Well, he kind of does, but he also deliberately doesn't just to make a point. That's like it's another ideological victory.
Yeah, because he makes a point of just like this isn't about me beating you. It's about knowing that I can. Is knowing that I got this far.
Yeah. This is good. The real question is though, is the conflict of the century. Is this better than the Dark Knight?
God,
That's really hard.
that's tough. That's so tough.
That's really difficult. 'Cause I don't know
Honestly-
myself.
Honestly, I want to say yes,
Yeah.
but Dark Knight was more influential. I think. I guess if I had to give Dark Knight one thing, is that wasn't an adaptation of an already existing like
Yeah.
story, whereas The Dark Knight Returns is really really good, but it is an adaptation of an existing comic.
Yeah.
So
I might. I mean, this is really damn hard for me as well. I might give the slight edge to the Dark Knight, if only because, like you say, it's an original property, and also I feel like the pacing is a bit better because
yes,
it doesn't like goes. It doesn't suddenly stop. It's like, okay, that's Two-Face dealt with. Now we'll do Joker or whatever. So I'll give the slight. But they're both so damn good. It's so close though, and there's
It's
definitely
close.
merits. Dark Knight, that narrows it down. Returns has over the Dark Knight, which the names weren't so similar. Dark Knight Returns definitely feel. If you want like more comic booky kind of stuff, then I would watch the animated movie. Yeah, I would give the slight edge to the Dark Knight, but
yeah,
it's damn close.
That's
And if someone said like, "Oh, prefer that one," yeah, fine. Like, I'm not gonna argue that. I'm afraid we're gonna get a bit of
Man.
whiplash now because we're now moving on to the Killing Joke.
Bob, I gotta ask you a question. Why
Uh-huh.
did you include a Baby Mad tier on our tier list? I mean, look at what we've got, and then look at what we've got coming up. Is an adaptation of a pretty well-known comic.
Even
And,
Batman and Robin wasn't that bad. Even that's kind of
Yeah,
watchable. Yeah.
yeah.
Why is there
I
a
mean,
baby
why,
Matt?
why in God's name would we have a Baby Mad? Oh,
The
I
Killing
see.
Joke.
The Killing Joke is horse trash. It's
Well, I mean, I knew that, but the reason I put this in here was because I know it sounds like, why do you deliberately put in a bad movie? We did every live action Batman movie, so that's just kind of a given. There's enough of those to having watched all of those, and then we're like, we'll do the TV show tie-ins as well. That's a tie-in. But then you get left a lot of kind of standalone animated movies, and I'm like, I'm not gonna watch all of those because most of them, maybe not most, but a lot of them are just boring. Like they did this continuity, they called it the DC animated universe, I believe. They all share the same continuity, and like one of them was like, it was Batman Bad Blood, and there's also Batman versus Robin. I've seen those movies, and let me tell you something, they are not even worth discussing. Like, they are not worth rewatching, they are not worth grading a tier, they are the definition of mediocrity. They are very much in the same line as that Injustice movie, if you want an idea of what they're like. I don't want to watch those. So basically what I'm saying is, we can't possibly watch every animated Batman movie. Like, we can justify watching the live action ones. There's not too many of those. Every animated one, no, it's not going to happen, and I don't want to. So
we've seen a couple of them. Like, I remember there was Batman Ninja, which is like this interesting premise, and I don't remember jack shit about it because it was boring.
It was boring and dumb. Yeah, that's why that's the sort of thing I don't even want to rewatch to talk about it. But so the issue is, I'm now cherry picking the ones I like, and I feel like that's not a good sample because these aren't all good. I thought, you know what, I'm just gonna put in one I know for a fact is bad and awful. So I wanted to rewatch The Killing Joke, if only so we can discuss it.
There's also a pretty notable one too, because like
it's notable.
This was in theaters.
I saw this in theaters. I dragged my friends to go, and when it finished, we're like, "What? Why did you make us see that?" I was like, "I don't know. I didn't know. I thought it was gonna be good. It was definitely the most. I think it was like more heavily marketed than probably all these other ones, the standalone ones."
Yeah, and it's an adaptation of a pretty popular comic, I think, or at least a very notable one.
Yeah, by Alan Moore, who famously hates the movie industry and anyone who tries to adapt his work. So, yeah, I'm sure this changed his mind.
So, do you think, like, I mean, this one, there's a very good reason why we want to put this on our list, because it is of note for sure. But boy, it would have been nice if it was of note for a good reason. But
it's an absolute train wreck.
Fucking God. Alright, so you know that thing that you mentioned about, like, if we're gonna do the Jason Todd thing, we have to introduce him into the movie. Well, this one was like, well, if we're gonna have Batgirl get shot, I guess, then we need to make half of the movie a really shitty plot about her, where she, I don't know, gets seduced by a man who's named after a country. Like,
sorry, a city.
City, I guess.
Oh no, you're right. No, we're both right. Paris, France.
Yeah, Paris, France. Yeah. Fucking insane name, and that they came up with that. I think that's for this movie.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Yeah, pretty sure.
That is non-existent character. They came up with Paris, France, because
it's all right though, because they acknowledge it's a silly name, so that makes it fine.
They acknowledge it sounded dumb, so of course it's fine. So fucking, we have a movie that is, it brings up Batgirl and then shows her doing her own thing, and while also having back and forth with Batman, and they're getting into it, and then they get into it, and then fucking Joker shows up and shoots her, and
right, so I'm just gonna so just to explain, right? So so the production of this, so the thought process is, at least from them, is that the Killing Joke, we want to adapt the Killing Joke. It's very popular. We haven't adapted it yet. You know, it makes sense, right? But according to them, at least, it's too short to be a feature-length movie. Which, sure, like I guess.
Yeah.
It's too short to be a feature-length movie. So we're gonna have to pad this out. Okay, fine. So this is where this is what makes it baby mad, because like baby mad we reserve for things that are like actually offensive, like things that actually like pisses off. Like Batman and Robin is stupid, but it's not like it doesn't make me angry. Killing Joke, so a big plot point in the Killing Joke is that he shoots Barbara Gordon in the spine, paralyzes her. She ends up in a wheelchair, and then in the comics when she becomes Oracle, which is like, she's the one on the computer. And the producers of this were like, that's a bit sexist. You've got this long-running character, and she just gets like, she's a crime fighter, she's Batgirl, and she just gets taken out like instantly. Like that's a bit sexist. So it's like, yeah, okay, not wrong, yeah, fair enough. Sure. So we'll go like, so we need to pad this movie out. How do we pad it out? Let's flush out Batgirl some more. And and already you're kind of like, oh, okay. I mean, so her getting shot, like that's significant, but I don't know if it's like the most significant thing. I feel, anyway, I'll get into that. So because they view that as kind of sexist, which yeah, a little bit, they thought we'll flush her out a bit more, and we'll dedicate the entire first half of the movie to a completely original story involving her, and we'll just show her being heroic and things like that. Okay, sure, kind of weird, but alright, fair enough. What's her plot? She gets infatuated with a criminal because, girls only think about love all the time and trying to get a man. Yeah, that's all women are good for. They just constantly think about how do I get a man. So she falls in love with a criminal, she gets manipulated, and she just comes off across as a fucking idiot, and then she has sex with Batman on a rooftop. That's your first half of the Killing Joke adaptation, and then when the adaptation starts, none of that ever comes up again. So it tries to fight sexism with an incredibly sexist story. That's why it's in Baby Mad, because it's fucking holy shit. Like, please, can you just employ a female writer? Please, if you're gonna tell a story like that or fix like an issue, please just get a female writer, for God's sake. What are you doing?
I don't even remember the rest of the adaptation even being that good. Anyway,
no, no, the rest of it's shit as well. But like that's what absolutely pushes it into Baby Mad. Like it is, it is offensive. And like when she's out of costume, she's like, "Oh, I'm thinking about one guy, and I'm thinking about the other one with a gay friend," and it's just like, what? Jesus Christ, have you ever met a woman? Like, what are you doing? It's so cliched, and every Batgirl movie, every movie she's shown up with has been like mediocre to bad. Like, that character is cursed.
Yeah. Like, honest to God, you could not have her be Batgirl at all. She's just the Gordon's daughter, and then that's enough, because like the whole thing is about like her getting shot and then her being tortured while Gordon is kidnapped and he's being tortured with images of what they did to her, and it's like that's enough. You don't need to do
they were like,
shit.
we need to show his back. Well, they no, I mean, maybe I guess, but like, oh god. So here's my opinion, right? Like, you need to pad out the runtime. So the Killing Joke, it's not, first of all, it's like, it's not about Batgirl. Like, something happens to her that had a big influence on the comics. Okay, that's fine, but it's not, no matter how you break it down, it's not about her. It's about Joker and Batman. So part of the the subplot in the Killing Joke half of the movie, so the subplot in half of the movie, is the Joker's origin, and I should say it's Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill again. That was a big selling point for the movie. Just we're getting the most famous two voice actors to do this adaptation that the fans have always wanted. It has a lot of flashbacks to Joker's origin, which is it's fine. Like, it's not like the worst thing ever. It's basically trying to he's a failed comedian. He's trying to provide for his pregnant wife. He agrees to go into like some criminal industrial espionage. He's very reluctant about it. His wife dies, and then he's still dragged along into it. They use the Red Hood persona to sort of disguise his appearance, just to distract, basically to use him as a distraction. And then the whole thing happens where Batman knocks him into the chemical vat. Is basically the '89 movie. So that's like a big part of the Killing Joke. What I want to know is, like, we were watching it, and you could absolutely, like, very easily pad that shit out. Just add some scenes, just lengthen the dialogue a bit, make the factory scene, like the break-in scene, just a bit longer. That you could absolutely just do the Killing Joke and just naturally pad it out. Not filler, but just make the pacing a bit longer so it can hit the runtime of a feature film. Not slap on a wholly original Batgirl story onto the start of it that has absolutely no bearing. All that shit with Batgirl, it doesn't come up again. At all. No. It's never mentioned again. It doesn't really have any ramifications. Batman doesn't even really acknowledge her a whole lot. Like, it's about him and the Joker. He's just like, that's a bad thing he did.
Yeah. Like, even in the ideal situation, or the situation you're describing at least, where they flesh out the Red Hood stuff and the Joker origin stuff more than Batgirl, like, I still think that's a kind of a shitty thing to do to Barbara. Like, that still is pretty sexist, but like...
It's still bad, but that's not how you fix it.
It's one of the things, like, you know, in hindsight, that would have been maybe it would have been okay just to accept that is not great for the sake of making a movie that isn't total shit.
Yeah, I don't know if this was released at a particular, you know, socially political time or something where they felt like, oh no, we've got to do something about that. So it's okay, part of me appreciates the effort, because it's not great for her to be an established character and a hero in her own right, and then when she's just in a, you know, just with her dad just in plain clothes, she just gets taken out of all of comics. Well, not literally, but you know, that's the end of Batgirl.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess I can see the argument for that, but again, I think you probably could just kind of sweep that aside, because at the end of the day, she is not the main character. There's better ways to do it. Oh no, I've got an idea. Right, Joker shows up at a door. Why don't she actually have a little bit of a fight scene? Like, she's a competent fighter, right? So why don't have her have a bit of a struggle? You know, she actually tries to fight back a bit. Yeah, instead of just being like, I'm an idiot, and then just that alone, and then flush out, and then just pad out the stuff with the Joker, and then that would have a side benefit of being more about, you know, because it's about the Joker. Like, the last scene is the Joker. It's not about Batgirl. So flush out the Joker more. He needs more screen time. How many times have we said that? The Joker needs more screen time, but he does.
Right.
It's about it's the theme of it. This you know, the theme of the actual adaptation is Batman has been dealing with the Joker for years, and then one night he goes too far, and Batman realizes there's only one way to end this, and that is about their years of it's kind of like Red Hood. It's about Batman's relationship with Jason Todd, and you have to establish that before you can do anything else. This is Batman's relationship with the Joker, and he's gone too far. I need to do something about it. And the theme is he's going to kill him or not, and they have this ambiguous ending where you don't know. They're kind of laughing together, and you don't know what Batman does. The laughter just kind of stops. That's the same in the comics. But yeah, it's about Batman and the Joker. So if you're padding out the runtime, they did it in completely the wrong way. They put the focus in the wrong place. So it's just and then when they tried, so not only was their solution wrong, but they also did it horribly and made things much worse. They made it even significantly more sexist.
Yeah, no, it's honestly, even if it was just kind of a weird it's a Batgirl story, even though it's not really about her, that's not innately wrong. What is wrong is how you fucked it up so hard.
Yeah, I get why they did, but just they couldn't have done it more poorly.
That was.
That's why it's Baby Marks. It actually pissed me off. It actually annoyed me. And even outside of that, it's a crappy movie. There's the animation looks like shit. So the original comic had this highly realistic art style, which there's no way you can't possibly do that in animation. And that's fine. They don't never try and match comics 1-to-1. But just the animation here just looks really stiff, and the character models are just kind of off. Joker looks weird in particular. He looks really, really lanky and just kind of off. It's just even outside of that stuff, even if you just watch the second half, which I assume a lot of people have done, it's not a good adaptation. There's this song and dance number from Mark Hamill, which Like, I can imagine that working on a comic book page, because you don't actually have to literally imagine like the music with it. But then they're like, oh shit, we're gonna have to actually set music to this. And it just comes across as tonally bizarre. He has like a legion of like freak show people. It's like another one of those movies where I'm just like, where did he find these henchmen from? Like, he literally from a freak show. Yeah. Speaking of sexism, there's this absolutely amazing transition where there's like a circus poster for the fat woman, and then it cuts to his pregnant wife.
Oh my god, that's right.
It's like, what? I'm sure that was in the comics, but Jesus Christ.
Fucking wild.
Oh my god, this movie. Oh my god, that movie's fucking terrible.
It's terrible.
Why didn't you like, we better be not able to, don't include that. I'm guessing that was in the comic panel. Don't include that. What is wrong with you? God.
Just shit.
It's baby
Just
mad.
Garbage. Just baby mad. I love that that's been a phrase that stuck with us.
Well, that meaning's gonna get lost at some point.
Yeah.
The origin of that, I should say.
I think it took me a second to be like, what is it? Oh yeah, the generator.
Right, so I'm gonna conclude with at the time of recording is the most recent Batman movie, or at least the most recent one of note, I guess, because there's a lot of Batman movies. It's probably one released as we've been recording this. I don't know.
This is one of 3 movies I hadn't seen before this, I think. Because it was I hadn't seen the 66 movie. I hadn't seen Gotham Knight, when I never even heard of it. Oh, and then there was the couple animated ones, Subzero and Batwoman. And then there was this, which is like the only live action one I hadn't seen. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I didn't really have any interest in checking it out, I guess.
Right.
I guess after all the, Batman v Superman and shit like that.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I didn't even plan on seeing it. I was just kind of taken to the theater, so with some friends, so.
Yeah. And then I remember you telling me it was all right, and I was like, interesting, because I didn't know what to expect. We got fucking Edward Cullen himself as Bruce Wayne.
Yes.
And I did not know what to expect from that, and what we got was, well, kind of what you would expect, actually. An emo, goth, Bruce Wayne kind of guy.
Yeah. There's not a lot of Bruce Wayne screen time in this movie. It's mostly Batman.
Yeah, he plays a pretty,
brooding?
Yeah, brooding, sort of like always hiding away. Just he's not in the movie much, as Bruce Wayne. It's a lot more just a Batman film, I guess. It also doesn't do his origin.
Surprisingly, they could have called this Batman Year 2, because there's explicitly a shot of a diary, and it literally says, I've been Batman for 1 year. This is like the start of Year 2. So he's well established at this point, which is appreciated, especially when we've watched all these back to back. We kind of know who Batman is, I like to think. He's been Batman a while, and there's no setup for it.
I should say this is the movie called The Batman, which is add to the non-confusing nature of these names. What do we got with this one?
I think, generally speaking, my big takeaway was, it's kind of, I do think I quite like, feels like the most artsy of all the movies we watched. Like, this one feels like every kind of shot feels like it's, maybe not Oscar bait, but it feels like it's trying to win an award of some sort of cinematography award, because there's a lot of very nice shots in this movie. Including the action scenes. They're well done. I'd say they're better than the Nolan movies, although they are very few and far between. The set design seems like a bit of a, I would say it's like a happy medium between the realistic Nolan ones, which is just like Chicago, and then the Tim Burton Gothic Art Deco ones. Like this feels like a happy medium. It feels like a movie like Seven or something. 'Cause it's to do with I can see is the Riddler, who is this reinterpreted as kind of a Unabomber sort of. I don't want to say influencer. That's not an influencer, but there's some sort of like dark web terrorist, I guess.
Yeah.
And the movie is it's very, very self-serious, even more so than the Nolan movies. Like it takes itself very seriously. And and it feels like Batman just kind of like a realistic, well not realistic, but like a crime serial of him trying to hunt down this kind of this terrorist who can't help but to leave silly riddles around, as you'd expect from the Riddler.
Does this movie have any humor in it? I'm trying to remember.
Are there any jokes? I don't recall a single joke or like kind of jovial line.
It's very dry, but
yeah.
But it has a nice atmosphere. Like it's not like it's not.
It's not oppressive. It's not.
Yeah.
It
isn't too brooding. It's just.
It's a good mix between style and realism.
Yeah. I do on the good shots thing. I do recall many times during this movie being like, "Oh, that was cool."
Yeah.
Like, that was a nice shot. Like it's shot very, very well, and there's a lot of nice action bits.
Absolutely.
That stand out. But what is the plot of this one?
The Riddler is playing his riddles, and Batman's like, I don't know the answer. And he gets a nice CPM. No. I mean, yeah. So this is. I kept comparing this to The Dark Knight Rises because the biggest complaint I have with this movie is that it's way too goddamn long. And I would say in The Dark Knight Rises' defense that at least a lot happens in that movie. I mean, it's dumb stuff, but there's definitely a lot going on with a lot of characters and things like that. So, the wrong, not to justify the runtime, but at least the stuff happening in it. This you could, like you said it when we were watching, you can cut out an entire hour from this, like easily. Yeah, like you could just trim things out. This movie is this. It's not boring, but it's just the pacing is. It's glacial. Not in like it's not in like a cut and dry kind of like, oh, that's bad, but you have to kind of be in the right mindset for it. Like I would call it like a slow burn, you know.
Yeah. The prevailing opinion of it, I remember, is just like this movie would actually be great if you cut out all of the just like blank staring and just pauses between lines. Like there's so much just like empty space in between lines of dialogue, and it feels like this movie actually was pretty good when it wasn't just like, okay, get to the next line already. You're just standing, you're just pacing.
Every character speaks like there's a 2 or 3 line break in the script.
Yeah.
Like every character just talks like that. Like you could just cut those out and you'd lose a whole hour. Like there's like, there's software you can get for recording podcasts. Okay, it's kind of like what we're doing now, that will automatically cut out any silences. And I feel like if you ran this movie through that, like you'd trim the whole hour. I really do.
Yeah.
Like it's just so many gaps in the dialogue, and a lot of who's gone? Jeffrey Wright? What's his name? Double check. But just a lot of he's an interesting Gordon. Because like he always seems to react to scenes like it's his first day on the job or something. He's like, "What's this?" Like, man, this guy likes to kill people. This is weird. Yeah, he's just kind of, I don't know, it's just like his way to react to things. It's like a bat with wings, or like, oh man, this guy's died. I don't like this at all. Or like, what kind of sick person kills people? It's like you're a cop. Like, what you sure you want this job? Like, you don't seem to be handling it very well. It's like, man, I hate murderers. Jeez.
Yeah, he's been working with the Batman for at least a year now, I think.
Yep,
Because
that's what they say.
It's like right in the middle of it, where it's just like, oh, hey, the Batman just wanders into a crime scene, and Gordon's just like, let him in.
Yeah.
He's just like, are you
Oh yeah, and he
sure?
really
Like,
vouches for him. He's like his best
Yeah.
buddy. He's like, he lets him punch
Yeah.
him in the face to get him out of his
Yeah,
seat. He's like, hit me in the face. Oh, why did you hit me? It's like, I don't even know who you are, man.
I don't remember actually having many problems with this movie, other than just that it felt too long. It is really long, and it feels so long because of all the slow dialogue, and it drags an otherwise good movie down a bit. And
I enjoyed the movie a lot more my second viewing, partially because I was watching it in the comfort of my own home, so I didn't have to like, worry about going to the bathroom or something and missing an important bit. It's kind of like kind of my same thing with Lord of the Rings. Like, I love the Lord of the Rings trilogy, but I don't enjoy watching that in the theater because it's too damn long. Sometimes you'd rather just be able to sit a bit more comfortably, freely get snacks, take a break if you want, things like that. We watched this in 2 parts, and I think that helped as well. I also feel like I enjoyed it more the second time because I kind of knew I couldn't remember it that well, but I kind of knew what to expect a bit more. Whereas when I went to the theater, I was just like, oh god, like we'd had like, this was around about the time of like Suicide Squad and crap like that. I was like, oh god, what have DC done this time? But yeah, it ended up being pretty good.
Yeah, it's a very interesting take on the Riddler, where he reminded me a lot of Jigsaw, where he's got this thing where it's just like, you answer my riddles or you just fucking die.
Yeah.
And he's like very much trying to punish people he feel like deserve to be punished. It's
right. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Some shitty, like, he's not like just evil. He actually is trying to punish people who basically do deserve it, but it.
Yeah, well, maybe not to like a death sentence for like the mayor cheating on his wife and things like that, but yeah, still, he feels self-justified, and then it's interesting because he then goes after Bruce Wayne, who's apparently his father had dealings with the mob, which is an interesting direction to go.
Yeah.
And then you get that weird thing, and I swear I'm not just bringing this up because you know what, but this is a bit where I'm not even sure if he knows. Does he know if Bruce Wayne is Batman? Where that image came from, and I'm not even clear about that because he starts talking about Bruce Wayne for ages, and then he starts referring to him in like well, not third person, but like, he sort of says like, he sort of uses like the tense where he's suggesting that he's not in the room with us, and then Robert Pattinson's just kind of like, he kind of looks like, oh, thank God for that, I thought he knew. So I'm not 100% sure if he knows. I guess he doesn't know. To answer that, the eternal question: does he know? Probably not.
Yeah, I get the impression he doesn't, but it was more so done to just scare Batman. He was just like, wait, you know, and it's just like, oh no, you don't know. Never mind.
So I'm just thinking of that face. I would say Robert Pattinson's Batman's pretty good. I mean, he's quite emo, but
yeah.
I like him as Batman though. He has a good voice. He doesn't put on the silly voice. And his fight scenes are quite good. He's got this good blend of kind of, he's tough but he's not invulnerable. There's a bit where he jumps off a building and he basically just completely fucks up and he gets himself horribly injured. Which is, I don't know, I kind of like that. I just think kind of what would happen if you did try and jump off a building using an experimental wingsuit or something and he deploys a parachute at the wrong time. And
first time he's using it, I guess.
Yeah, so I kind of like that, even though it's year 2. Well, Andy Serkis's Alfred, who I forgot was even in the movie, I was like, I thought it was Jeremy Irons, and then he showed up and was like, oh, is he playing is Andy Serkis Lucius Fox, or? And then I was like, no, he's Alfred. No, I'm thinking of Batman v Superman. I'm like, I'm starting to get them all mixed up. I'm like, oops, wrong one. He didn't. Andy Serkis did like most of the villains because he has a lot of free time.
Alright.
And then a bomb goes off in space. Yeah, he's like the Unabomber because he's just like mailing bombs to people.
Right.
And Alfred's very rude because he opens Bruce Wayne's mail.
And
no.
Colin Farrell?
Colin Farrell, yeah.
He plays the Penguin in such prosthetics that I just genuinely cannot believe it's him. Like, I just like... It might as well not have been him. Yeah, it didn't sound like him, it didn't look like him. I was just like, are you lying to me? Is there another guy named Colin Farrell? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's fucking weird. But
yeah.
He's a little weird in that he's not really a villain at all. He is just sort of a caricature, and he just happens to be kind of involved with, you know, mob and whatnot. Because it's a lot of like a mob story basically, and there's a lot of mob shit going on the side.
Yeah. Catwoman's father was. Yeah, she was like the bastard child of the mob boss, and she wants, I guess, revenge.
Yeah, she just wants to kill him because, I mean, he didn't do shit when she got taken away. Yeah, which, you know, yeah, sure. And then also he is responsible for Thomas Wayne.
There is a bit where she literally, you work for Batman. She actually does in this movie. She like becomes his spy. We're seeing, and that's one thing I really don't like is those contact lenses, because the movie's like mostly grounded, but then like those contact lenses, they just feel 100% sci-fi. Like that is like that is Star Trek shit. Like, come on.
Like they and I wasn't even clear how they worked either, because they just turn off whenever they're not in her eyes, except in that one scene where they are.
Yeah, and there's a bit where, I mean, like, you could have just made those glasses. Like, that tech exists nowadays, that you could have easily just made them a pair of glasses that she was wearing, like Google Glass or something. But make them contacts. Yeah, I feel like it was like, I don't know, it's trying to like answer like, oh, but like, how does it see what Batman sees? But you could even just have a camera and a cowl, because that's like there's a Batman Beyond thing where like Bruce Wayne can see what Terry McGinnis is doing through his eyes on a computer. Like, you could just have a camera and a suit, right? I mean, come on.
Right.
That was that was a little weird. Like that was too sci-fi for me.
It is funny seeing a Batman movie that is so heavily involves like smartphones and shit. Because he's like, they're doing like voice calls or like video calls on the phone, where the Riddler's just like, oh, you must answer my riddles, and it's different.
There's a bit with the thumb drive, the USB stick. So they're definitely dealing with like real world technology. So yeah, the contact lenses kind of jumped out at me.
Yeah. No, but
I also feel like the movie's too long. Just to mention, like, my biggest takeaway after seeing the movie in theaters was, it feels like it ends about 3 times and then it just keeps going. Like, it's about like when they're leaving on their motorcycles. Like, it's about that you see the one shot and you think, oh, it's the end, and then it cuts to them keep going, and you're like, oh, okay, now it's gonna end, and then it cuts to them splitting up, and you're like, okay, now it's gonna end, and then it follows him for a bit longer. You're like, for fuck's sake, just end. I get it. They went their separate ways. Like, Jesus, no, like, that was when I needed the bathroom. Like, I remember I was like desperate for the bathroom, and they just kept cutting to another shot. I'm like, just fucking roll the credits. Like, I was enjoying the movie, and I was just like, come on.
No, genuinely, this movie has so much stuff. Like, it isn't just like, oh, if you actually cut the stuff out, it's gonna make it feel weird. No, you genuinely could cut out so much of this movie, just shoot it a bit better, just pace it a bit better, and it would be the same thing, but just a better movie.
Yeah,
honestly,
absolutely.
It's so padded, but not with like unnecessary plot, just that stuff just lingers too long. That's the thing that really ruins it.
Right,
well, it doesn't ruin it.
No, don't ruin it,
like
but... No, I think we're of agreement there. So where do we put this?
We said initial grade B, which I think is...
Sounds about
Yeah, I think
right.
that's fairly... Yeah. It's not good enough to be an A, but not bad enough to be below that.
Yeah, the
think that's-
pacing kind of puts me off when we rewatch it. So these... I guess we could just...
Wow.
I guess there's not really much else to do horizontally. We do that now, but where are we putting this horizontally in B?
I like it more than Begins.
Yeah.
I think it establishes a more interesting premise than Begins did.
Again, Begins has the issue of, like, if you like this setting and these actors and this thing, you know, you can just watch The Dark Knight.
Yeah. Well, I can't wait until they come up with the sequel to this movie that is so superior to it that we rate this one lower.
But in S.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks about right to me.
Yeah, I do like that tier is
Gold.
3 sort of like starting points.
I was
cool.
looking at them all kind of like orangey
Yeah.
gold.
Yeah, they're similar color schemes as well. But no, like they're all kind of starting points for, you know, the Nolan trilogy, the whatever you call that quadrilogy.
The Matt Reeves
slash
trilogy.
Yeah, and then this one is probably the start of a series. I'm gonna guess.
With plenty
I
to
can tell
do.
you, but- Oh, and by the way, the Joker's at the end. They tease the Joker.
Of course they did. They did the same thing in Year One. They did the same thing in Batman Begins.
Yeah. But yeah, no. This looks good to me.
Yeah. Nothing else. There's
The-
jumping up.
No, this is pretty.
It's good. It's got the Joker in it. Got the Well, no, it's in half of it. Both this and Phantasm. Like Joker just shows up halfway through. And it just expects to be. I'm taking over.
I'm moving in.